Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hello, hello.
How is everybody? Did everybody go get a good nap after this afternoon's sale? I have to turn that down. Can't have that in my ear. I'll just take that right off.
A good nap after.
Whoops.
Okay.
Hello, Julie and Margie and Bernice and Christy and Mary. And let's see.
Let me see. Cheryl's
Junk
trying
journal
to get in. There she is. There's Cheryl.
Hello.
Hi, Cheryl. Sorry, you were probably sitting backstage, but I wasn't at my desk to let you in. So it wasn't you.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hi, nice to see you.
You too. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
We're so happy that you're here and going to craft along with us tonight. Get my volume up a little bit. Okay. Bring up YouTube on your phone and you can turn off the sound, but you just put this way down because the sound.
Hey, Debbie and Kendall and Patty.
I can see who's here. Glennis and Christy. Hi, Amy. Long time no see. Hi, Julie. Long time no see. Bernice and Margie.
And Nettie.
Oh, Margie, I can't wait to go see that one. Who else is here?
They said they're having fun with the new kit.
Debbie.
Heather. Tammy. Julie.
Oh, it's flying past me.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to give a thumbs up right now while I'm thinking about it.
Oh, good idea. Appreciate the thumbs up.
Thank you, guys.
Make sure that you are on live chat. Make sure that the dot beside the word live is red. So you'll be current. Margie got a nap. Nice. Here. Tammy, Patty Cakes. Patty, did you get a nap? Hi, Kendall.
I needed one.
Deborah. Is it Deborah? Oh my gosh, I'm having a brain damage again. Junk journal shop. Deborah? Oh my gosh, I did this to you last time. Just erase the snakes.
Snake racing.
Snake racing? Johnny's junk journal shop. Right? Is that right? Not Deborah. It's Johnny. JJ Junk Journal Johnny. That's how I remembered that. Am I right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hi, Debbie, Jill, Jody, Kathy, and Sandy. It's a party at Debbie's house. It's a party.
Oh, yay.
You see, it says Marianne and Donna. Donna, come over here and wave hi. There's Donna. Hi, everybody. Donna, you all know she's in the group. It's Donna Butterfield. And she is my sister and happens to live fairly close enough that she could drive over and participate live with us tonight. So pretty excited about that. This is the first rattlesnake rodeo. That's a real thing.
Yeah, it's snake racing, apparently.
They race the snakes, and it's hilarious. Okay, that sounds hilarious. I'm sorry, but that sounds hilarious.
It does.
Yeah, so Donna is not my mom. Donna is my sister. Dolores was my mom, remember? So yeah, no mistaking the two of them, that's for sure. Oh boy. Did stop at a couple junk stores, flea markets, found some old yearbooks. Nice. Mary, where did you go? Where did you go traveling? And can you see chat on there? People are saying hi to you.
Oh, I will respond.
But you can speak out. They will hear you.
Oh, hi, ladies. I'm learning. I've never done this before.
You can type in chat and you can speak, and they will hear you. So, Heather Doodle.
Cheryl, how you doing?
Let's see. Glennis says,
I
hi,
think-
Donna. I like to laugh.
I do.
Yeah, Donna's been here before on our lives, but she's usually running around doing 15 things, so doesn't get to chat a lot, but she'll be watching or listening. They put colors on the snakes and you cheer on the snakes to get outside of the circle in Alabama. That is so low. That is really so hilarious. That's funny. Yeah, this is okay.
This is just singles.
Just
So
single-
tonight we're going to put together a collection of papers, and if you don't have everything printed out, it's no big deal. We have plenty of time. We're just gonna kind of do a pamphlet stitch on them if you guys want to do that, and then later they can either be added with a band like a traveler's notebook style, or you can use those holes that you made for the pamphlet stitch to stitch in your journal. It's just a way to get your papers together. You could also just use a paper clip. But I hope you brought a collection of fun papers to use. And then when we get done with that, we're going to make a swatch card of some sort. I made mine kind of a band here, but I have a sample of that.
Hey, Becky. And Cheryl's here from the UK. She's just being all quiet, getting her crafting started.
I think she's quiet anyway. You and I are pretty loud, so we I thought about that last time. I felt bad.
Not to mention it's midnight at Cheryl's house.
Yeah. I also made another fun page today. This has got wet Nuvo drops. I really got to get it out of my way.
Sharon, I'm going to make you single screen so you can show us.
Oh, okay.
all your
Okay.
fun stuff. Just hold it up to the camera so we can see.
Yeah. So this was really fun. I used just cutouts from, and this is one of the fussy cuts that my grandma did that I ended up with from one of her cards, the yellow roses. Got a piece of lace on here. I did some, so it was pretty 3D. I just some ink, some stamps, some flowers, and I thought it would make a great cover page, kind of feminine and pretty for one of the signatures. Possibly, or a center page. I don't know. I just thought it was fun. I made a copy so it was flat, basically, but it was fun. Kind of a background.
We'll keep those. That's pretty. I saw that
Thank
very
you.
briefly in passing. What I'm
Oh yeah, I
for,
just posted it.
the ladies. Pictures of the ladies.
And then this is a sample of kind of what we're going to make tonight, and we can make them any shape and size we want. It's a swatch card with the elements from a dress that might be in your designer's lookbook. And I was just playing around, and this is
You're gonna have to hold it up really close to the camera, and you might want to turn it the other direction because your lengthwise is going from your left to right.
this way.
All the way from your left to right. Now you're at an angle.
Oh, this way?
No, left, complete. There you go. But now it's upside down.
Yeah.
You were headed right. Just flip it 180.
Oh.
There you go. There you go. Just like that. Yeah. There you go. Now you can just
see it now.
It'll make sense.
I was waiting for it to catch up on the screen. So it's just some satins and taffetas and some elements that I might think are in that dress. So as a designer, you would have your lookbook and you would share in your shop the fabrics that are in that piece of clothing that you made. But I also did this just on a piece of cardboard, and it was actually, this is the shape it was. It was just from a box, came in this shape right here. And I just thought it would make a nice tuck spot. So I wrapped it in a dictionary page, and then I started adding those elements, not knowing really how I wanted to do that. And I think I'm going to do it different for the next one. But we'll sew a signature first, and then we'll work on these. I know you have an idea too, don't you? Thank you, ladies.
No, this isn't way out of your depth, Julie. It's really not. It's
not.
it seems like a lot. And quite honestly, I'm not as organized as I want to be because, you know, y'all know I turned this room upside down. So I'm not quite as prepared as I want to be. And I just realized that all my bookbinding stuff is across the room. It'll take me a minute to get to it. So, but I will.
Maybe we'd like to let Cheryl, while you're doing that, say hello and
absolutely.
Are you making your copies or gathering that right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna go gather that, and I'm
gonna put this to dry somewhere.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah. So,
Laura, you don't need a lot. What we're gonna do is gather. I put something on the group. I don't know if anybody saw. I did it yesterday, and then I did it again today about gathering papers for a signature. And here are 2 of the printouts from the Digi kit right here. And Cheryl, did you have anything to add?
No, I'm just interested in seeing what you're doing, really.
Okay. All right. You got to butt in if you want to be heard. We don't mean to. We just get excited.
That was okay.
So I'm going to share kind of what I have here while Marianne's doing that then. I have like some envelopes I might want to bind in. I just cut like a little slit in that so that when I bind it, it's the flap is separate. I've got some vellum because I like to put those in the center of my signatures because they help hold the threads down well, I think, just in my opinion, or tracing paper or onion skin or, you know, something like that. Something a little thicker maybe than tracing paper. I have a piece of digital wallpaper here I thought would be pretty. Some other envelopes, music paper. I've got some wallpaper that's like striped that I love, and it's nice and thick. This is some antique. It was. I have a stack of placemats and paper placemats, and they're really old. They're still in the packaging, and I put some down on paper here because they're pretty thin. These are napkins. Now, all of these could be trimmed too still. These are napkins on copy paper. That's all. I've got some copy dyed paper. Here's something I love to do, and that is put doilies and embroidery, things like that, hankies on my printer. That's fun because then you end up with, it looks like I stitched this paper and I did not, but that's fun. That's a nice addition. Here's a piece of, some pieces of vintage quilt fabric that I have, and I just threw them out on the printer because I liked them. I've got some stationery. There's a couple different pieces here. And then, of course, I've got some scrapbook paper. This is a cardstock. Some of it's coffee dyed. Some of it's not, and I'll show you how I will address that if I don't like how white it is. I usually would take a stencil to it and do kind of like I did the collage. Just a minute, and I'll get to some questions. Just some copy paper, and I cut these in different sizes because I like it when my pages are different sizes, but you do you, because, sorry. If you like all your pages exactly the same, do them all exactly the same. These were just examples of what we could use. Of course, pattern paper would be fun. And then this is some architecture paper that I have with the squares, or it's like a grid paper. And I just thought a bigger piece in case I want some fold outs or something like that. Doilies. Doilies are fun too. And we all know that. I mean, that can be bound like a page or glued in or however. And then I'm going to use these sort of things for my for the outside of the signature or the center. So let me read some questions here. Marianne's busy. Oh, that's a lot of words. Okay. And anybody, we just want to, hey, Gigi, we're going to be binding a signature tonight. We had a little bit of, not everybody has everything copied out, but we want to share kind of maybe the variety of papers you want to have in your lookbook, and using some of the digis. And then, of course, we'll add the digi elements later. Kind of everybody will do theirs differently. That'll be fun. So, Gigi, I hope that answered your question. And remember to do all caps if it's for us. Let's see. Yes, and it's called a lookbook, Laura. That's what a designer would have called maybe their catalog. That's what, like Fashion Week, they have their lookbook, and it's got like a swatch of their fabrics and the different things, different elements that they're using for their designer books. This is Project Runway Georgian style, or Victorian style, I guess.
So the idea is, if you owned the dress shop back in the day, 1700s,
Right.
1800s, and somebody came into your shop and wanted to order a dress, how do you go about deciding what kind of dress they want? Well, you might have some pictures like this of dresses that you've made in the past, and they could look through those and see these would be in the book and say, oh, I really like that blue one. That's the one I want. And so then you'd have a swatch card like Sharon showed that she made earlier today.
Yes.
I'm holding up right now.
Just this.
Yep, that swatch
But
card.
it can be done any way, not necessarily just like this.
Right. Well, this is just one sample.
Yeah.
You're right. The idea,
Right.
you get the idea that on that swatch card, you could put the miniature picture of the dress, and then on the swatch card is all the elements that are used to make the dress. A swatch of the fabric and the lace and the trim and the feathers and the buttons and the pearls and the whatevers. And so then you would give that swatch card to your customer, and they could take it home, and this is all the things that are going to be on their dress. And so you can do a swatch card for each dress, all different colors, or just one of each color or something like that. But then you can also have swatch cards. Say somebody says, well, I don't want one of those. I want one that's unique to me. I want my very own. And so then you have swatch cards of fabric, and swatch cards of lace, and swatch cards of buttons, and swatch cards of trim, and all those things. So they could go through and say, I want this fabric, and I want this lace, and I want this trim, and I want this button, and this feather, and all these things. These are just the cardstock ones for our covers. Okay. So is that making sense to people? Let's see, Cheryl will put this kit in her shop tomorrow. It will be available for sale, but she's not putting it until tomorrow because tonight is the launch of this Digi kit. And if you read the description, there's a link to her Etsy shop in the description, and it tells all about the collaboration. So you are the first to get it, and we're the first to use it, launching it tonight, and then she'll put it in her shop, and it'll be available for sale tomorrow. And while we're saying that, I've been teasing you all along. I'll see Cheryl answered. It's a sample book. So, a mood board. That's interesting. A designer puts it together to a customer. Yes, it depends whether you're in like interior design or whether you're in clothing design. They all call it something different, but a mood board, a lookbook, a sampler, a sample book, a swatch book, all those things, they're all the same kind of concept. Judy commented she has some great looking kits in her shop. She does. She has some amazing kits in her shop, and her prices are really, really great. Have any of you taken a look? Hi, Paula. Any of you taken a look at her prices? Her prices are really, really great.
Fantastic.
But we'd like to offer a super, super thanks to Cheryl right now, because Cheryl is going to offer you, for being here tonight, a code that we will provide later through Happy Paper People. Teasing secret part. Yep, didn't get this. Is your first part is coming out now. Cheryl is going to provide a code that you may go to her shop and purchase anything you want, everything you want, at 50% off.
Amazing. She's amazing.
Yes, she is. Not only did she provide this DigiKit for free, but she's going to provide a kit so that you can go in and shop to your heart's content at 50% off. That's pretty darn cool yet. So,
Gigi, we're not worried about the cover yet. We're just kind of putting our signatures together so we can get them ready. That's all.
So what we're talking about is sewing the signature together, putting the 10 pages together that we're going to use as a signature, folding them in half, and then just doing a pamphlet stitch. And we'll do that tonight so that anybody that isn't familiar with that, because there's a couple different ways to do it. And I figured if I do two, I'll do the pamphlet stitch 2 different ways for people to see. But, and Sharon, I don't know if you do your pamphlet stitch the same way I do either.
I don't know.
Pamphlet stitch those signatures together and then keep them. We're going to be working on them. When we get through making all the things that we're going to make, or if you decide that you want a 3rd signature or a 4th signature, whatever you decide in the end, then we'll make the cover and then bind them into the cover. So at that point,
and decide how thick, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You might want to leave them pamphlet stitched and do it as a traveler's notebook style. You might want to just pull out the pamphlet stitch, which is not a big deal, and sew them into a hidden binding. You might want to sew them right into the spine where you can see the binding on the outside of the spine. You know, any different number of ways that you can do it. But right now, just to keep those, pamphlet stitch it together so you have a signature in place to work with that doesn't keep falling apart, and be working with that. And I keep thinking I want to do it one way and then another way. So I'm not going to really worry about making that decision until I get farther into it and see what feels right to go with it. Although I think I have decided that I do want to do a fabric cover that would be appropriate for that time, a fabric of that sort. So that's about all I know.
Yeah, I probably won't.
I'm just not even sure how I wanted to attach them or sew them in. So somebody asked, let's see, Paula, do we have to have 10 pages per signature? Can they be more or less? They can be more or less. If you've made journals and you know that you like yours to be 12 or you only like yours to be 8, then you put as many pages as you want in it. Absolutely. If you haven't done one yet.
The thicker they are, the chunkier they get, though. So that it's better to have more signatures with fewer pages if you're going to add a lot of bulk. Yeah.
10 is a kind of a good average. And if you feel like you want a bunch more than that, I would just add another signature, like Sharon said, because then you end up with them all at this, point here. And then you have a 6-inch gator mouth just on that signature. And then if you put 2 or 3 signatures in, you're going to have great big gaps at the spine for the book to,
Gigi, you do not have to sew it together tonight. You can just clip it. We're just getting the pages ready. That's all we're doing. If you're a person that likes to make your cover first, that's fine too. We were just gathering pages and getting them ready to decorate tonight, and you do not absolutely have to sew it.
Gigi, if you already have ideas of how you want your cover to be and you prefer to make your cover and sew your signatures in and then start decorating it, you can do that. Absolutely, you can do that. Oh, Melanie. What's up, Melanie? I don't know if you came in earlier, but comments thanking Cheryl for her Digi and for her 50% off. That is absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
Being very generous with that.
Okay, so I'm going to throw together a signature while we're chatting here, I guess. The way I like to do it.
You might use pattern paper. It's kind of good. Maybe I'll use pattern paper to make some components inside. Maybe I'll double it up and use it as But you know, you get onion skin paper. And I think I'd like some in there, but I probably won't put anything on it. It'll just be a page that flips. So I'm going to set that aside for a moment. I pulled out this really old piece of music, a classical minuet by Mozart, and it looks a lot like The Time. And so I figured I could probably just tear it in half, and each of us could use a half of it. Oh, cool. Each of us could use a half of it, turn it over, and fold it in half, and it makes a page.
Lucy, you'll get the coupon code later.
Yep. You can use it for whatever you want. That's photos, paper ones, and code dot. But I'm going to use this as the cover for each of us.
So I'm folding some inside out, some, you know, because I go through it over and over and decide, okay, I like the way that page looks. I like the way that page looks. And I just kind of mix up a nice variety. Like that one, I might want to fold this way. And I'm doing the standard, you know, folding the standard copy paper in half. That's the size I usually go for. My goal is to actually sew the signatures with a pamphlet stitch each, and then I'm going to bind them in like a traveler's notebook so that my lookbook can be changed out. I mean, not that I will, but as a designer, maybe she would change her catalog out. That's just kind of fun, I think. So let's see. I'm just gathering.
I don't know. I feel like these are the extras. Right here.
These are mine.
Lucy, did you get the free Digi? I imagine you did. You're just talking about other.
Lucy, yeah, did you get you got it emailed to you, didn't you? If not, we can email it to you right now.
And Gigi, you can work on, you know, like you can fussy cut, or you can make some little tags with the cards or the little people and kind of start gathering things you might think are on like a little swatch card. You can do it waterfall style and just staple it even. Just right now we're getting it started by, you know, doing some pages. I like that we get to use a variety of colors here. I think that's really fun. Because a designer wouldn't necessarily have all the same colors. So I think that's great. Normally I feel like constricted to have everything the same though. And I just don't here because of this, the way it is.
Back in that time, they probably would have grabbed any paper they could find to make your book. And this would be great.
So I'm folding some inside, some outside. Let's see when it got here. And then I try to pick something fun for the center. And in this case, I'm going to use one of these pages as the center. And then I'm going to put a little vellum over it. But I don't know if that's the one I want behind it or not yet. I will decide shortly, I guess. Do I like it with that? Yeah, look at that.
I've got a ledger that's like 150 years old here. I think I might even put a ledger.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Linen thread. I'm not sure yet on the thread. I did grab this. It's got my needle. I have another needle up there, but I'm probably just going to use an old. I have some old nylon thread on a wood spool that's really strong. I think I'm going to use that. But like I said, I'm going to do it like a traveler's notebook. So. Pages for signature. That's up to you. I'm going to do 10 because then I can make the inside very chunky because I know it's going to have fabric and lace and, you know, all that sort of stuff. I like to add in an envelope and maybe a belly band. And I know you guys saw that I did this, where these pages, they were scrapbook pages that I cut in half. And then I folded in one side to make them the right size. And that'll get glued like a little pocket, you know. That's fun. So let's see how many I have here. 1, 2, 3.
Sharon, your biggest one so they can see your desk.
I've got 8 so far. I like things with a lot of texture. I think that's always really fun. Let's see. I need more of that. I already have 1 piece of that, 2 pieces of scrapbook paper. So I think I'm going to grab one more. Let's see. Ooh, music paper. I don't have that yet. This is nice. I have a big Beethoven book. Now let's see where I want to stick this.
Tonight. A lot of paper
Maybe
noise.
there. What?
We got a lot of paper noise rolling around tonight, don't we?
I hope that's okay. So what I did was I staggered those. So those will be fun. Stagger. Just kind of breaking up the colors. Doing some different stuff. Whoops. I really want a piece of, this is like I want this one. It's like onion skin. It's from an invitation, and I've got a stack of these that I really like. And I don't even mind that there's a hole in the top where a bow would go. But I'm going to put that in the center. Right there. So that it can be written on, but I can see the page underneath. Kind of covers it. So let's see. And then I think I need an envelope. Just going through my variety here. Some plain, some not. That's kind of square. How about that vellum envelope that I did? Let's see where I want to stick it. I've got too much white there. A whole lot of white there. You know what? I'm going to put it here at the bottom. Okay, so I think I have 10. And I'll go in and trim up whatever I feel like I need to after. Whether I take a straight edge or I need to decide if I'm going to round some corners or not. Probably not. Let's see if that's too many. I have a noisy kitty today.
Oh,
1,
yeah.
2, so that counts as 2.
We don't usually
3,
hear her.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that was 10. So I guess I'll take that out. All right, there's my 10. Any questions?
There's my 10.
Okay, Cheryl announced the code, guys. It is Happy Paper People. All capital letters.
Okay,
Cheryl, you're amazing.
You have to make sure that you are in the Happy Paper People Facebook group to use that code.
Yes, that's right.
And then you may invite anybody else into Happy Paper People that you want and let them use that code as well for a one-time. This is only going to be temporary. So for a one-time shop right now, like in the next, today's Saturday. So in the next week, between now and next Saturday, and then that code will go down. All right.
So wonderful.
I know, Sharon, time for us to go shopping for some more Digis.
Right? I think I have a few on my list, so that's good. I'm looking through my little stack of paper over here. Oh, I have this purple vellum that I really like. Also, all right, let's see here. I want that. I think I'm going to open it up like that. So I kind of work from the outside. I kind of decide, okay, I like this here. Well, I'm going to go this way. And then I see how each page is going to look as I lay them out. And then I choose the center before I start filling in the inside. And for this one, I think for the center, I'm going to use this wallpaper sample. Because it's going to look really great with those ladies on it, I think. And then a piece of the vellum purple. We will go with this one. I want a longer one. I needed to iron this. Wallpaper is great here. Like I said, these are napkins on cardstock that I have. And this will flatten out. It's going to be so pretty. It better flatten out.
Wallpaper
All right.
irons out really nicely, and if it's creased, like folded mail or something.
It's a roll of vellum.
Oh.
It's a little bit different. This one, I'll have to trim that one down. What's that?
My cutter. All this stuff.
That one. Again. And this one, I think I'm going to fold. Sorry, if you guys are talking to me. Nope.
I haven't even been looking at chat, but I will be looking at chat in a minute.
Yeah, I got my face buried in paper. Okay, so that one. And one of these. I'm going to go with this way with it. I just kind of chose all different colors because the ladies are dressed in all different colors, and then I can coordinate those with them. If there's something special that you want to have with a specific lady that you had planned, you know, you could add those pages in technically. That there, that's a cardstock. Because why not?
This is fine.
Coffee dyed paper. I might have to grab some more of my papers here. Some of those. Let's count. You could rainbow color coordinate your signatures too. That might be kind of fun. If you want to do one in all cool colors and one in all warm colors, you know, like, or the fall collection, the spring collection. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I like that one. Five. Some of these I'm gonna stencil on. 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. Let's see here. Oh, a piece of music paper. This one right there. All right. Let's see now. Notice I went up with some, I went down with some. So they take up different kinds of room in, you know, if you put all your skinny ones in the center, you're going to have a bulge in the center. So if you stagger them, then you'll have more evenly distributed papers. Ugh, so white. Same there. All right. So let's see here. So there's another one. That's 2. Oh, gold doily.
Hi, Ivy. Didn't see you
Hi,
come in. I'm getting myself together here. How about I make Cheryl big for a second? Let's see what Cheryl's doing.
That'd be great.
Oh, right. Well, I'm only cutting out. I'm trying to make the book up to put on the a video tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
So just busy doing that.
Ah, cool.
Listening to all your great ideas.
That paper that you used as the cover on that one in your hand,
Yes.
it looks like fabric. I love it.
It
looks
well, the original book was made out of fabric.
Yeah. See, I'm thinking I'm gonna use a fabric of that type that's really from that era to cover mine. That's what I think I'm going to do. Doesn't matter.
You guys could add fabric pages too. You could add a piece of tulle or yeah.
Okay, so
Kind of working inside out this time because I want this to be my center with this gold doily. It's kind of fun.
Way too much here.
And I didn't have another cover planned here. I do want this one.
Yeah, all these have a similar one. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a coffee pipe, yeah. That one and that one. Okay. We got these. These are content paper.
This one I need to trim. Pretending like I can cut straight.
I need to cut this off.
Might have to trim the edge, but I'll do that after.
They're not all the exact same size either. So like this is yeah.
So in the end, we should all end up with very different books, even though we used the same elements, and that's just really fun, I think.
Yes, we should totally. Look at Cheryl's cover. Beautiful cover.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. I love it. I love how you put the girl behind the card. Yeah, I love that.
And then cut out the other one. And
I really find it difficult doing journals.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah?
What? Why in general? Is there one particular thing that hangs you up?
Sewing it up.
Sewing it up?
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay. Okay. There are so
That's
many
something that takes practice.
Let's see.
I'll have to buy a kit.
This is more than 8.5, so maybe trim it down a little. I don't want to.
Sorry, I'm counting.
I'm talking to myself. Sorry. You know,
we're a pair.
We always talk to ourselves. All right, let me see how many pages I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I count that twice? 9. I think that's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. How many pages do you have? You can save these. We got more signatures to do. So.
Enough. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some more things out of a drawer real quick here.
So, let's see here. Yeah, but kind of what, I don't know what to do. Oh, there's my little one like yours. I'm not sure if I count that. So what I kind of do, and this is not how they will stay, but kind of stagger them with a regular piece of paper and this, and then a specialty. and then a regular, and let's see, another specialty. And we're running out of, let's put, this was kind of a white one, put that there, and then this one, and then that one, and this one, and I love this piece. This is great. Okay, so how many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Okay, so now all your coffee papers aren't together. All your specialty papers aren't together. But now you go through and you put them in whatever order you would think. Who knows what order?
I just ordered them.
Yeah, really. You could. Now this one, this music page is just wide, like a ½ an inch.
You want to trim it?
Yeah, and I hate to trim it down because I want these rough edges that are aged and torn. You cut it down, it's gonna be all nice and neat, and I hate to do that. But
So in the end, I want all of mine to have a very different feel from page to page, and that's why I'm all over the place with color. I've never done anything so colorful, and I think I'm really going to enjoy flipping from page to page and adding those colors. I do have this piece of scrapbook paper I want to add.
this to the end, so then let me see.
It's like ledger paper.
It doesn't which side would you fold it?
I would take this off, and I would get this because you get a nice line. That's actually bigger than mine, which is a nice. That's deep, plenty deep. Nope. I might do mine a little bit deeper. Yeah, because you've got a nice line there, and then you could put some things along here.
I have so many ideas for different elements we can put in here that have to do with Victorian or Georgian clothing. It's just so fun.
I wouldn't want to go outside. I'll put some in the middle.
Like,
no, and that's.
do you remember
that's
making hats?
part of the problem of this thing, why we're all discombobulated, because we have so many ideas of what to do with it that it's hard to take it and simplify it all down to just a couple things or one thing first to share with the group. You know, we just kind of jump in and do it all, and it just doesn't kind of work that way with everybody. So
This was the
I'll probably put that on the back too there.
Well, our original plan was just to gather our signature pages to get them started tonight. And then we thought, well, we could run out of, we could end up with some extra time. So that's why we thought we would start with one of the swatch cards so everybody could work on swatch cards on their own after they get the general idea. Right, Miriam?
Yes. Yeah, we're getting our signatures together. Are you binding yours already?
I'm clipping mine for right now.
Okay. I'm going to make you big now, and so people can see what you're clipping, how you're clipping. So those two pretty pages that you have right there, are those
these are napkins that are put on a piece of not quite cardstock, but they're my outsides.
Okay.
You could use some of the digis for the outsides, the journal pages. Like this one I have in the middle, which it's the small, I chose from the smaller book to add that as a feature. So this will be the very center of my book. If I have 3 signatures, I'll put this one in the middle. And this is so it can be written over. And then this one has the paper I made today on the outside, and I'm just flipping through the pages to see if I like the layout. And then I'm going to go in with a stencil and kind of unwhiten some of the back sides of these papers because they drive me nuts. I can't have all that white. Like that. That I'm just seeing how each page looks. And then this one is the center with the gold foil. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I need one more. Oh, I did go get this. And I've got an envelope here. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's.
I got an animal up to something.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9. You too? Okay. So I'm gonna set this aside here for a minute. And if you,
So I'm going to show you guys what I did with that other envelope. All I did was take the flap right here and I folded it in half. And then I took my scissors and did a bit of a snip at the corner so that I have 2 flaps. So it's like when I sew this in the center, this will be the closure for my envelope, like that.
these are thicker, but we could use one of these. Or
And maybe I'll put this right here with this ledger paper.
paper.
We're still
Like
making
that.
decisions about what we want to be our pages. And we have to remember we'll have 2 or 3 signatures, so we'll have
So that's
opportunity to use
10.
more things.
Yes, and
Only-
I'm probably going to do a 4th signature because I'm sure I'm going to come up with other papers that I haven't thought of yet
yeah.
to put in here. And I might use some of this. Do you guys?
That's why
some-
really the reason we're not binding it yet is because we don't know. I mean, you may already know, but maybe you don't make a decision yet as to exactly how big it's going to be, how many signatures it's going to be.
Right. And I'm a cover after person. Some people like to do their covers first, and there's no right or wrong way to do that. It depends on what moves you, really. So that's up to you. If you feel like you have to have that cover first, then you should make your cover first. That's fun. And we will do a cover night too, Cheryl has a beautiful cover there. This was a sugar bag that I decoupaged pattern paper on and then did some stamping. And this is probably going to be incorporated somewhere into my book. It's pretty thin. Maybe it'll make cards. Maybe it'll be like a background on something. I'm not sure yet, but I think it's fun. It's a chance to use your tissue papers though. Okay, so I have these 2. Let me clean up my mess here.
all those cardstock. These are cardstock. Okay.
Have you guys gathered a basket of things that go with this journal yet? Yes, button cards, Cheryl. We're totally going to make some fun button cards. I even have some hook and eyes. That would be
I'm
fun.
excited to do the button cards. That's
Yeah. Yeah, we could do little bow cards for that matter with little, like I have these.
I don't know why I did that.
I have these bows. They had lots of bows and what was called a stomacher. And it was that V-shaped thing that they had on the front of their dress. And it was added after, and it had lots of upholstery, embroidery, or bows down the center, or flowers, or corsetry, and it was just a triangular piece that was clipped onto the front of their garment. So it wasn't even connected. Maybe we'll make some of those. That'll be fun. These little bows, we could use little bows like this and just do a whole row of them down a button card, or the little silk flowers, because we all have some of those. That should be fun though. I actually have a bin I've been throwing stuff in that just really goes with this too. That'll make a nice tuck spot. Anyway, I'm gonna adjust some of these, address some of the white insides here that I don't like with a stencil. Hey, have you guys been to the Dollar Tree lately? They have some new stencils. I've never bought one there, but I am super pleased with this. This guy. It's big. It's got 4 different designs, and it was $1. I just can't even believe it. These leaves are nice. All right, let's see.
And if we put stuff over
We
it,
go with a little bit of this, little flourish here. Just going to use some ink.
2, 3, 5, 6, 7.
No, 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 no. Looking for my other green here. There we go. Some of those.
Shuffling.
Bernice wants to know if you printed on the back of your pages.
Did I print on the back of those pages? And if so, what did I print?
Right.
Are you talking about these? Oh, look at all the glitter that just came off on it. Are you talking about these that came from, let me do this. There we go. Okay. This is one of the pages from Cheryl's kit. Is this what you're talking about? Did I print on the back of that? No, I did not print on the back of that. I did not print on the back of that. What I have done here is use this is printed out on regular copy paper, and I'm going to use that as a page. And then I've got coffee dyed paper, and I've got a piece of something or other that's really old. More coffee dyed paper, a piece of vellum, another coffee dyed paper, a piece of ledger. This is from a general store ledger. It's interesting because right here, Sarah bought cotton. Sarah Cotton. I don't know. That might be her name. And then a piece of coffee dyed paper. And then I've got this is a piece of sheet music. And it's from back in the time. So I just tore it in half. And because it's, just 2 pages that opens up, and gave Donna half one side. I took the other side, but it's just a little bit too tall. So we just fold it up the bottom, and we'll adhere that down and let that just be a tuck at the bottom of the music page. So that'll go there. And then a piece of coffee dyed paper. So
I like that too.
If I want to pull out another piece of coffee dyed paper and put in another piece of print from the kit, or maybe one of these. Let's see. This would be pretty. This would be
Marianne.
Yes.
I have to take Chaos out. She's telling me right this minute.
Hey, you better run.
Huh? Yeah.
You better run because you still got your
her out
more. This one would be pretty too. And so would that one. These lighter ones. All right. So I did pull a few pieces of cardstock earlier as I was organizing this room that I thought might be useful. I pulled this so we could cut measuring tapes.
Yeah.
And get some nice glitter running through it. Whew. Now I'm splashing glitter all over the room. So I've got a few pieces. These are cardstock, but they're lightweight cardstock. There's 2 here. Oh, that's a different one completely. So there's another one of these in there, I'm sure. But I pulled these because I thought that they would probably, in color, go really nicely with the kit. And any of these could be used. And actually, they all would. They would all look great with that. So any of those could be used. And then this is just a piece of scrapbook paper that's smaller that I really like. I could put that in the middle, or this is kind of a nice size. We might take this and make an envelope out of this and let that be an envelope inside as a tuck spot. So I think I'll hold that for that, but there's 2 of this. There's 2 of this. Okay, so here's the back. Let's take a look at the backs to see what. Here's the back of that one. Here's the back of this one. Same colors, different design. And here's the back of this one. So see this, looking at some of these ladies and how, wow, look at that. Look how pretty that is on there. And look how pretty the green is on here.
Yep.
And oh yeah, I thought I had that one out. Nah. Okay, put that one back because I like this one better anyway. Yeah, that is pretty. Oh, look how gorgeous the blue is with that. And even the pink. Did I not print the yellow? There's a yellow and a blue lady. I might have to print a couple more pages here because my printer ran out of ink in the middle, and then I had to start up again with new ink, and so I might have not have started at the exact same place and missed a couple pages because let me go ahead and look at the ladies. I really thought that there was Cheryl, isn't there a lady in a yellow dress and a darker blue dress? Or am I remembering wrong? Maybe that was from some point along the way.
I'll have a look.
Before we made changes. Cardstock. Let's see. I can do lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight cardstock. So, and also, ooh, this would be nice in it too. Feel this. It just feels like cool handmade paper. I think I'd like one of those in it. That is really nice. Let's see. If we do it on, I'll do it on regular paper, and then I'll do it on cardstock. What am I looking for? I'm lost. So here we go. All right.
Okay. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm going to read some comments.
Okay.
Amy, are you leaving us? Bye, cousin.
Good night, Amy. Oh, cool. Okay.
Okay. So I just matched the ink and did a little background there. Some of it I can do when I add my elements because who knows how I'll want to change it. And I'm not going to glue any of these down yet because then I'll decide if I want to do that or if I'm going to trim it off, or maybe I'm going to add an envelope to the flap. We'll see. So those can wait. I really like that.
All right, let me go in here.
Now I have this. And I'm going to do a little bit of blue and purple here. Maybe some, just some of the oxide.
Those are to make a mini journal.
Where is it? Oh, it's right there.
All right,
something that matches it.
Couple. So who is working along with us tonight? Who is hi Liz, didn't see you come in.
Liz.
Yeah, isn't this pretty? What I was looking at. These are the back sides of certain ones, but I was looking at this cardstock along with these ladies. Where's the one with the blue? Here's the blue lady on it. Look at this. Look how gorgeous the blue lady looks against that. And look how gorgeous the red ones look here.
Wow.
I know, isn't this pretty? And the blue one, even with this paper, can you see that little bit? It's the exact same color blue in the print. So pretty.
Cheryl has a question.
Okay.
She wants to know what everybody's opinion is on leaving the mini journal out and having that just a happy paper people thing. And if it's worth it to do both. I think you should break it into 2 sets.
I think you should break it into two, then make it two separate digis because it's so many pages and it gets confusing for people. Right. I personally love having it both because I'm going to use mini components in my regular journal.
Me too.
But, you know, that's just me.
I like that one.
I think 2 would be great, and then people will buy the extension for the digital as well.
Yes.
So do another 1 or 2.
Okay, so let's see. I'm going to print.
I think I hear a husband.
What?
Already? It seems so early.
Yeah,
He and
it
I
is
made
a
a
little early
deal.
for him to come home.
Yeah. He and I made a deal. He wants to be responsible for his own dinner on Saturday, so I don't have to rush and do the crock pot or whatever now.
Nice.
Isn't he sweet? He's so sweet. I know, you guys,
nice.
I'm so bad. I'm using the same brush for all these, and I know you noticed.
It's all right. Oh,
if I go to a cool color or a warm color, I will change.
Okay.
But I only have a couple of these. I keep looking at the Dollar Tree and they're out. So
I've never seen those at the Dollar Tree. That blows my mind that people say they got those at the Dollar Tree. I put two sets of them in the affiliate link in Amazon, where there's like, I don't know, somewhere between 6 and 10 in a set for $10 or less. I thought that was a pretty darn good deal. Yeah, and I've been using them for a couple of years, and they're still in really good shape. Nothing has fallen apart.
Well, I find the skinny ones at the Dollar Tree all the time, but these larger ones, not so much.
The big ones, yeah, I can't imagine that they would have those. Let's see here. I'm looking for the pages. Okay,
it's like making your own designer paper here if you're using the backs of your scrapbook papers, like I am. See, I made it match kind of what's going on here as we flip it. I kind of need that other one here, don't I? It may or may not get covered. It'll bug me to have all that white looking at me while I'm decorating this.
Yeah.
I know. I'm a little weird like that. And I may or may not have that flap opening or glued down or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and do some of the edge of that. And just a little something, something there. So this is probably the signature I'm going to work on tonight. That I'll go ahead and throw a stitch in, I think, because I'm gonna make them all changeable in my cover. So,
all right. So
let's see. I think I need to.
Well, Candy, if you're not gone yet, I totally understand. Surprised you even got away for a few minutes. Candy's kids are moving in this weekend, all weekend, for yesterday, today, tomorrow. She spent all last night and all day today in the sale with me. Chunky Monkey is not happy being moved to a new house. The cat is not happy. The cat escaped twice today. Oh, the dogs are, doing the dog thing with all the chaos in the house.
Quit saying Chaos's name.
Sorry, Chaos.
My dog is Chaos. She's very aware that you're talking to her currently.
I know. Let's see. Georgian ladies. Here we go. Here's the blue.
I'm just adding a little vintage photo here because I don't know what colors I want to add to this later. So vintage photo is pretty neutral.
Cold cloak.
For all.
Do we have this one? We have this lady?
We do have that lady.
She in? Because we can fussy cut him out of. Yeah, she's right there.
Fine.
Okay.
And that's good. What do we have?
Green cloak, lace, pink lady 2, pink lady skirt, red coat. Red jacket.
I'm gonna look
Umbrella.
at that.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Journal.
Three sets of ladies.
This isn't one of them. This is what I'm inking on here.
Yes, I do think so.
There's a lot of pink. Is that only
All right.
pointing?
So this could get clipped together. I need to go in and trim some of these pages, but I'll do that after.
There was more ladies.
I don't think so. And then the miniature versions of them are down below. Okay.
Big Cat Rescue has a caracal, a calico named Chaos 2.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Uh-oh, Gigi ran out of cardstock. Do you only use cardstock for your journals? What's everybody's opinion on that? Do you use a variety of papers, or how do you guys usually do it? Just out of curiosity and to share with the group.
I didn't hear it.
I actually have some pansies made out of vellum that match these accidentally. They do not go together. This is like really old stationery, and it actually has a lace background. It's very cool, but I can probably put on this envelope, and that would be neat when the time comes.
Which is your stuff?
I think this one needs some vintage photo or some rusty hinge, something neutral. Maybe this. Did you guys shop till you drop today? You guys use a variety? Cardstock is for ephemera. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I like to print on my cardstock, and then sometimes I just print on copy paper so that I can glue it to chipboard or cardstock. Never run out of cardstock. Sounds like you need to talk to Margie about your cardstock supply there, Gigi. She says she has enough for the rest of her life. I just happened to find like a big stack of it, and it's almost like watercolor paper, 12 by 12, at a secondhand store, but it's in like different colors of beige and cream. There's even some yellow and orange that I'll probably change or use it as a base for something. And this is coffee dyed paper that I use a stencil on. I feel like maybe some green here. My dog keeps stealing paper out of my trash. Oh my gosh. What do you have?
That's
He's
what Lucy
eating
does.
music paper currently. He's a brat. He is a brat. Take some of this.
I don't know.
Pull the paper out. We can just chop the things off and keep the sparkle. Don't get your gum on any of your current papers. That's funny.
Is Donna sticking gum under the desk again?
How did you know?
I stuck it on something in the garbage can, and then I realized it was good paper.
Shouldn't
Or
be
that
in
the dog will
garbage.
get it.
So like, what's this doing in the garbage?
Oh no.
I've got her transition. She's checking the trash now.
Oh great.
Trash.
She gives me her trash. I'm having to not keep any trash.
That's
Before we start,
fantastic.
my husband says, "Does Marianne need this?" I've got my husband trained to save the trash.
Oh, that's awesome. I've got mine trained to bring weird things home. Like
That is
weird
awesome.
thing. I do mixed media,
Mhm.
like 3D mixed media things, like the bottle and so he brought home a printer last week and said it's got lots of cool gears in it.
Oh,
It was a
love that.
broken printer from
Yeah,
work, full of
okay.
gear.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Undo it,
he's a
take
good
all the
husband.
gears out, and toss the rest of it.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to have such a good time taking it apart.
Oh, yeah, you are. Not
Trying to
fun.
figure out how I can use those pieces.
Yeah.
So that's
Look-
good for that.
Okay. Would you go grab those?
And what? It's okay.
Yeah, the bottom one. Get the bottom one. Okay, there's only one.
That's
Right.
fine.
Before you do another one. So if we cut
Here.
that out,
I want to use a different pencil this time.
on a page, put it on the side as a tuck. Are they? Yellow letter's the same. This one just seems small. I think so. We want this one to be, cut this out. Okay.
You can tell which ones are my favorites here.
I think it is. Oh, I'm looking through the kit. I'm trying to find those pages that are the book covers. What are they called? Why am I not finding them?
I only printed out half of them so far.
Oh, there is that 10-inch Georgian journal. Is that B page, C page? Is that are those the page covers?
Yes, that's what they
Cheryl?
are.
There it is.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. All right, but now I need to put more card stock in. No, we want those on regular paper. That's what we want. Close is good enough. If there's any white on it, we just cover it up with.
I do have 2 of these. Should be using.
Or not.
It's okay. It's okay. And on the next one, better to go outside just a little because we can add. That's okay. Go on. Don't. It's just a matter of practice to figure out where it's going to cut.
Oh yeah, that shadow's really awkward.
Are you guys still working on the first signature?
Still?
You are, huh?
Yeah, we're still working on our first page. Oh my goodness, Sharon! What in the world was that? Sharon's probably on
I
her
just
4th
pointed out-
signature now. She makes about 4
No,
times as much.
I'm
as I
only
do
on
every
my
Saturday.
3rd.
You're on your 3rd signature. You smart
Yes.
aleck.
I turned off. I'm learning how to use a paper cutter.
Yeah. I can't believe you. You're seriously on the 3rd signature.
Oh my word.
Yes.
I thought you said, oh, we'll probably only do 1 signature tonight.
Well, I mean, I'll only sew together one.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. We were just figuring out how we want to do it. I've been a little busy.
That's okay. If I had a magnificent sale today, I would be on my first signature too. I'll trade you. I need to have a magnificent
We
sale.
ride up till 6 o'clock to get all the sales stuff out of here and
Yeah.
halfway organized desk to do this. And then my husband wanted to see me for a few minutes and my stomach wanted to eat for a few minutes. And there just wasn't time for everything.
I get it. You know what I'm going to do? You know, something I never do is use my edge punches. I don't ever remember. So I'm actually going to do the edges of this like a doily or a, placemat or whatever. Let's see what I got. Maybe. We'll see if I like this. I have 2 edge punches here.
All right, let's see here.
Let's see if I can.
That's okay.
See if I like it or it gets stuck.
Did you want these on?
Nope, I wanted all these on regular because if we want to use it as a
There's
page.
2 here that are cardstock.
Oh, okay. And I'm just going to print it again on cardstock. So, which ones are on cardstock?
It's the
Well, I heard him come in, but he hasn't come up to kiss me yet.
Oh,
Yeah, bad,
Yeah.
very bad. Yeah, this isn't going to work on this vellum. It doesn't want to.
into this pile now.
I might have to just get out some fancy scissors.
moon
We'll
and
s- My vellum's curling still.
no, it's the moon and the dragonfly. So I need both of those on regular paper. Are they both cardstock?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's your pile?
Just
Well, I don't recommend this. Pain in the butt.
and there's the moon. Okay, on regular.
Let's see. Mm,
Okay,
mm.
so I just printed out. It's so pretty.
Maybe just 2 edges.
So it's the moon and the dragonfly.
And then I wanted to do them on
These
cardstock.
ones.
So we cut out components of them and use the components.
Oh, that's pretty.
Okay, so
They are
Yes.
moments in-
right.
Glynis, we're using some of the pages from the kit, but everybody's going to have a different one in the end. We're all using the same ladies. We're all using some of the pages from the kit, however we want. But if we all did it exactly the same, it would be boring in the end when we share our pictures and to share what we did with them. So
Well, all the others will sit over there. So
Okay, so these are all. I have one of them.
Laura, you used your first piece of washi tape ever on a page. Oh, that's awesome.
So if you wanted to do an extra copy, I'm gonna go put that in.
We are just putting together our signatures, Glynis. She said she's confused. Are we supposed to be decorating the pages?
these are regular.
We're not trying to confuse ya. We just, are getting our head start on these, on our base for our book. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
Cheryl, how you doing?
Fine.
You're fine?
I'm fine.
What are you doing with yourself?
I'm just been doing the little wallet, the green wallet.
Oh, cool.
okay. So now I think we have them all on paper.
Those are beautiful.
That was from
How
the
often?
Okay, so I
museum.
I'm not seeing something else is written.
It was from what?
The museum.
I'm trying to see if we have all those in paper.
The green velvet one? Is that what you're talking about?
The little sample wallet.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a green velvet looking,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. I don't think I've printed any of those out yet. I did a selection of them thinking, oh, I'm going to run out of ink any second, which is why I chose the selection that I did. I wanted all the ladies to fussy cut and all the cards, and all the little bits that needed cut out, to decorate all my pages.
And
So
didn't
I can't believe I
fussy
got.
cut because I didn't know yet what I wanted to fussy cut. You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah. I'm going to fussy cut all of them. I've got a envelope started for them. I'm using a clear envelope, and then I've got another, like a paper box that I'm putting things in. And I just have all the little elements here, and I know I'm going to use these ladies. I have a suggestion for the little ones. These swatch cards, if we get to them today, you can actually use the little embellishments. You could use one of the tags. Any one of them that has one of the ladies on it would be great. But these ones, I'm going to leave that's a lot to fussy cut. So what I did was I cut them all out in a way that just however they were situated on the cardstock that I printed them on. And make little cards out of them, like that'll be the swatch card that the customer would take home, or
Yeah.
a business card,
I
or
love using the minis for swatch cards.
yeah. I just thought that would be fun. The tags would be good for that too. These tags that she made up
Yes.
would
Yeah,
be
Margie,
great for that.
It's a real free for all tonight.
I need to put my stencils away. I got quite a pile here. All right.
Yeah.
Read some comments here
Other
after
stuff
I
not
put
leaving.
this away.
I'm just trying to get these out.
Okay.
You
Well,
have
the only
copies
thing I have
now.
is this and this. So anything else,
Any
Okay.
else is mixed in with yours.
Okay. So we have 2 of these.
Okay. Yeah. This is,
Gigi, the color swatch and sewing books could be as much paper or as much fabric as you want. You could actually do it in a waterfall with just fabric and lace. You could do it any way you want. I just happened to put this one on that piece of cardboard because I thought it might make a cool band or tuck. Just as a sample today, I did this. So I won't do them all like this. I just, I happen to have this ribbon that looked like something from the dress, and then these 2 different pink satins and the flowers, which she's got little flowers on her dress. So I just, I just threw those on there, thinking it would be a fun band, but they can go any way you want. It's
So
really up to you.
check out these 2 playing cards I have.
Let's see. Oh, you're not on screen. Oh, uh-huh. Little Boy Blue.
Hmm?
Oh, wow. They're
Wouldn't they be
perfect.
perfect in this.
Yeah. Wow, they'll be
I'm
great.
gonna refresh my YouTube because it is way, way behind.
I'm seeing yours now too. Yeah, it should be fresh.
Way, way behind. So yeah, sometimes you just have to refresh it. Just swipe it down. No,
Like this.
no, no. And just
And
open it again.
Oh, so just
Yep.
shut it down.
Just shut it down and
Okay.
open it again. Okay, there we go. Whew.
Gigi, what is why don't I make sense?
Gigi, are the color swatch and sewing books supposed to be like half paper? The swatch cards can be any size you want. Making no sense. Okay, Gigi, I will check. I will check this. All right, let's see here. Okay. So all right. So let me kind of go back to the basic with everything.
Yes, please.
So I've gathered some papers here that I could use as my signature pages. I've got 10. If I fold them in half, they would make a signature. They aren't all the exact same size, but that's okay. You know what? This music page is too long too. So's the
Ledger.
so's the ledger. We'd need to cut them down by an inch or fold them in. We could fold them in. That would be fine.
But if you
So,
fold it on one
as lo-
side, then your middle doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
The middle is the
Well,
side if you do that.
oh,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
If you line this up and then
you need to keep the
fold
middle in the middle so you
So
can
then you're gonna
fold both
be
sides in,
it a
or
tiny little bit.
you could fold it in a bunch. It can be shorter than the others.
Okay.
Yeah. So these can be I've got 10 pages here that can be the 10 pages of my signature. So once I put those together, now I'm looking at maybe I want something other than these. Maybe I want to go take one of these pages from Cheryl's kit, and maybe I want one of these to be a page, because I printed some of these out on regular paper, regular copy paper, not cardstock. So I'm looking at this one, and I kind of like this one for my center. And I look at when I printed it out on an 8.5 by 11, it doesn't fill it. It's got a big white border. So I've got a couple of options. I can either cut it down, and maybe I only cut half the border off and I leave 1/8 of an inch and I just grunge it up all the way around. That would be a nice option. It would be a little bit shorter than the 8.5 by 11. But maybe I like all my pages to be 8.5 by 11, and so they're all even on the edges. Then I might want to leave it that way. So then what I might do is cut out this imaging here and then just adhere it to a coffee dyed paper. That makes sense? So then this would be not here. I would cut this out and I would just adhere it to a coffee dyed paper. So then it doesn't have the white border, but it can still be my nice center right there. Or I could choose to leave it as is with that border, and I can just really go to town grunging it up. And then I can put some lace or some trim on top of that to add some texture and dimension, and over the grunge, to cover the white, because I don't want the white. Okay, so that's an option. None of these pages in the kit necessarily have to be used as pages in your journal, but they can if you want. They could be used in a number of ways. Another thing that I could do is print this out on the mini version, or even this one, and just size it down a little bit and then let it be on top of another page so that both of them become tuck spots on that page. Or here's an example of, I just printed out the ladder, the quality ladder, and I sized this down to 80%. Hand me that one. So this is the size. Got a big lag there. In my right hand, I'll have this is the regular size that comes in the kit. So I sized it down to about 80% on my printer and printed that out. And I did that on cardstock and then just cut out around the image. So now I could take this one that's a little smaller, and I could put that, say this is my page there. I could put it right here and let it be a side tuck, because I really love that image. I can grunge up the edges, and then I can use it as a side tuck to tuck things in. Maybe that's where I stick a couple of swatch cards. Or maybe I even like to use this as a swatch card, and the swatch card stuff goes on the back, and the back of the swatch card has this cool image on it. Okay, so none of the kit has to be used in any particular way. You could choose to use these as pages. You can choose to use them as covers. So I've got my 10 pages here, and if I decide that this is going to be my signature, and I clip them together, and then maybe I decide, cardstock, that one, yeah. Maybe I decide I want to take one of these images from the kit. Hi, Lucy. And I want to use this as the cover. So I print that in cardstock. And then I'll make that the cover for this signature. Good night, Lucy. Good night. Go with Daddy. Oh, gotta say good night. Come here. She gave Donna all the loves. Now she's got to come say good night to me. Hi, hi.
Oh,
hi.
how sweet.
Oh, I love you too. Oh, oops, under the desk. Oh, can't go very far.
Come on, Lucy.
She's trying. Okay, good night.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on.
Oh, she always has to come say good night.
Good night.
Good night, Doug.
Good night.
Miss Sharon. Okay, so then this becomes the cover to this signature.
Honey, you gotta close this door.
Okay. Thank you. And then say I put together another signature. For a second. Here's my second signature. And maybe I want to use this one. I really like this one. So I'm going to make that the cover of my second signature. A little awkward, but you know, just so you get the idea. Okay, so now I have 2 signatures. I've got whatever variety of papers I want inside. I haven't decorated them yet at all, but I've chosen a cardstock image from the kit that I would like to be the cover of the 2 signatures. And if I do a third signature, then maybe I'll use this one, you know, and make it as the third signature. So I've got, tying them all together, are covers to each signature. They're all from the kit. And then maybe I clip these together in the middle. I could clip them top and bottom right in the middle. Or maybe I punch the holes or dig the holes with my awl and pamphlet stitch this together to hold it together, because pamphlet stitch is so very simple that it's easy to pull out if I decide that I don't want to use that as the final binding. But if I clip them together, I can fold it, put a nice crease in the middle, and then just clip them together so they stay put. And then I can work on decorating this if I want to. And so then you can make the decisions about that signature. So this is really just looking at one signature tonight. Decide what you want as your papers. Maybe decide what you want as a cover, or maybe you don't want a cover. That's okay. Some people don't put a cover of sorts on each signature within a book. They just do the main cover for the whole book. Okay. And then maybe you want to use one of these. Maybe you really like one of these images to be the outside cover for the book. I love this, that it looks like fabric. And you can even decorate on top of that. You saw what Cheryl did. She then fussy cut out some images and put them on top of this fabric piece, and it looked really nice as the cover. Another option is for each signature to be its own. So you make the signature, and this is the paper cover, and maybe you want to put a second one on the inside. Not to confuse things, but here's another thought. Now I have 2 cardstock pieces back to back. So I have an outside of a cover. I have an inside of a cover. They're both from the kit. I put my journal pages on. When I fold it and bind it, it's really nice and sturdy because I've got 2 cardstock pieces adhered together as my cover. So that's really nice and sturdy, but really nice end paper on the inside because it's printed from the kit. And so some people want to just make that as a single signature. And then maybe you have 2 or 3 signatures that stay together on the shelf, but each one is for a different thing. Maybe one is for all the ladies with the colored dresses and you've got swatch cards in there. And then maybe the other one is where you have for design your own dress, where you have swatch cards of buttons and of lace and of ribbon and of fabric and that type of thing. And so you'd pull down whichever book, whichever lookbook or a swatch book or sampler book you wanted to show your customer. So the reason we did not talk about doing a cover, binding and a cover right from the beginning is because you're going to make it your own and the way you would like it. Everybody's going to have a different idea of that. And until we really got in it and you got a feel for the project, it's hard to know exactly how you would want to do it. So for us just to say, you know, decide how you want to bind it, what kind of cover you want, you know, I'm clueless. So, because I don't even know. I want to get in the middle of it and then see what feels right. I will likely pamphlet stitch each of these together, work on them individually. I've done that in the past, and then I have 2 or 3 when they're complete. Then I go and put them together in one. Then I know how wide to make the spine, and I can make the cover, you know, according to what I've got inside, and that, you know, fits to all of them. I might do a hidden. I'll probably end up doing a hidden binding on the spine. Fairly simple to do. But then again, I might do the sew through the binding so you can see the stitching outside, maybe even crisscross it so that it looks like a corset. That is kind of a cool binding. So that is
I
completely
actually
up
let
to
my
you.
project talk to me.
If you
Right.
know already, if you know already that you know what kind of cover you want because you have a style that you just really love to do, go for it. You can do your cover first. That is not a problem. Do your cover first. Julie, if you have 17 pages per signature, if you don't want to decorate them at all or put swatch cards in there, then you're probably fine. But if you want to start adding swatch cards and things, you're going to end up with a signature probably that instead of looking like this, waiting for YouTube to catch up. I think I just froze for a quick second. Instead of looking together, it'll end up wide like this because you'll have so much stuff in it with 17 pages. There's no way for it to close. So typically, if that's
Your mouth.
the case, you could go down to 8 and put 8 in one and 8 in the other and 8 in a third and 8 in a fourth. Instead of 2 signatures that have 17 each, do 4 signatures that have 8 each. Most people are happier when they do that because it gives you more expanse, more room to decorate. Where if you have more papers in a smaller number of signatures, the spine is still the same, the binding is still the same width, but you end up having to have an 8-inch gator mouth when you've got stuff between every page. And unless you really, I love a gator mouth, but not that big. I like it to,
It's pretty.
I like it to be open. I like a chunky journal. I do. I like a chunky journal, but I do want it to be able to close and look like it can close. And
I'm usually unhappy that I'm too many pages in a
I have
signature.
sometimes have trouble with that because I tend to decorate them too much and I just keep adding and adding and adding. So
That's
does
me.
that bring it down to the base signature? Does that make a little more sense? Okay, Gigi always does 15 pages to a signature. See, Gigi's made a lot of journals and she knows that the way she likes to decorate, she does 15 pages to a signature and it turns out fine. It's perfect for her. So that's fine because she knows that's what she's done and it works. I know that I tend to over decorate, over embellish, add more. I want to tuck something more in. I want to stick another tag in. I want to put another something else in for them. And then I end up with way too much. So I know for me, I'm better off with less pages than more because I like to add more in. Kendall, I always put too many pages in a signature, but I've gotten better after making a few, but I love a fat one. I do too. And having a few less pages, and that's why I find that 10 is about my max because I can still load that up and end up with a big gator mouth, but it's a good size. I think if I went any bigger than that, then it just gets out of control. But I do love a big fat journal. I love a big gator mouth. I love a chunky journal. I love all the stuff to look at and take out and feel and, you know, the texture and the hidden pockets and the tags and all of those.
I'm making myself a template here.
Gigi, you know that your style, that you're good with 15 pages. You know how you like to do it. So basically you just need to pick your 15 pages that you're going to use as your journal paper. And I use, I'm going to put in here a variation. I've got some coffee dyed paper. I actually think I might use this in the center. This is from the kit. Let me see, YouTube will catch up here. This is from the kit. I just need to decide whether I'm going to cut it down or I think I'll probably just grunge up the edge and that'll give me a place to put some lace on and some other embellishments and things. But I've just got a variation of coffee dyed paper and I don't even remember what this is from. Some pattern for something to make for some old church, a cathedral kind of something or other, or saint something, somebody. So, and it's not even in English, so I don't know. I think it's French. So, but I've got a variety of coffee dyed paper. Every other page is coffee dyed. Every other page is something specialty. So here's a page of vellum. another coffee dyed. There's a page of ledger and another coffee dyed, and the coffee dyed one is different. Here's a page of music. It was a little too tall, so I just folded it up. We'll make a little pocket right there. Another page of coffee dyed, and then this is the back. So I think what I'm going to do is make, let's see, how many pages is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. And so that's 10 pages. And then I think I will use this as the cover. Really do like that. So that can be one signature for me right there. So then I need to look at things and say, okay, there's a few things that are sticking out. Do I want them to be bigger than that? Is that okay? Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because back in that day, they didn't have everything perfectly the same size. They would have been, scrounging around for whatever they could use, and a page from the old ledger that they took notes on with the customers, and a page from this and a page from that, and put it all together. But then when I do the cover, the big cover that holds everything, I'll probably end up with 3 signatures, maybe 4. I don't know. Depends if I can fit all my ideas into 2 or 3 signatures. But when I do that cover will cover completely, because I can choose that size. It will cover everything. So if I have these little cardstock covers on individual signatures and there are pages inside that are sticking out, I think I'm okay with that, because I think that's kind of indicative of what they would have dealt with at the time. But then when I do, let me grab this, for example. Oh, printed on coffee dyed would be gorgeous.
Yeah. Or on fabric, or on tissue, or vellum. Oh, so many options.
Okay, that's the same one. No, it's not. All right, so let's say that I decide that, just for sake of talking, that this cardstock right here, actually, I like that one better, I'm going to use as my cover for my whole journal, for the whole book, the whole lookbook, to hold all 3 signatures. Okay. When I make that lookbook cover, I'm going to put my signatures together. They'll already be together. They'll already be decorated. And I'll say, okay, how wide do I need that book board to be to completely cover this? I want another 5 inch or something, because it's going to be full of stuff. And so my outside cover with all 3 signatures in it is going to end up being, see if that turn over there a little bit. Yeah, it'll end up, I can make that as big as I want. So I'll make sure that that book cover covers all of the pages in the signature, no matter how they're sticking out. And so when I pick up the book, those things aren't sticking out. But when I go inside individual signatures, it's really indicative to the time. So I'm kind of okay. And besides, here's another thought too. I'm going to grunge this up, because bright white doesn't really go with the vintagey. And then if I happen to adhere or sew some lace down here, and that lace sticks out over the edge, this page suddenly becomes bigger, and now it's covering that, and so it's bigger anyway. Does that make sense? Can these pages be coffee dyed after printed?
Yes. Well,
yeah, they can.
I printer.
That depends on the kind of the ink that your type of printer. And I'm not an expert on that, but you could take take your alignment page that your printer does when you put new ink in it, and try coffee dyeing that and see what happens to it. And if all the ink runs everywhere, then I wouldn't do it.
Right.
If it does just fine, then you're fine. But I love the idea of printing them out on coffee dyed paper, then not having to grunge them up. They're already done. I don't know why I always feel like I have to talk so loud, because you guys are going to hear me better if I talk loud enough for you to hear in Wisconsin. I don't know why, because The mic is right here, and I know it could pick me up if I whisper. So, hi, Yolanda. Good to see you. I love the
Hey,
touchy-feely
Yolanda.
emoji. I love to flip all the little things and open
Yeah,
up all
me
the little
too.
pockets, and I like all the hidden ones and finding little treasures in little places. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's my favorite.
Crinkly pages. Yeah.
Okay, Kendall's got it. If it's a laser printer, then yes, you can soak it. If it's an inkjet printer, you can brush it lightly on the back and dry it in the oven or with the heat gun. So here, probably what I have a bottle. I have this. I just have this spray bottle filled with coffee water. Put a little vinegar in it so it wouldn't mold. But this is just
I did the same thing.
water. I would
And you can
probably
paint it on too.
Yeah, but I'd probably just take these and turn them over to the back, lay them in a pan or sink or counter on a towel or whatever, and then just spray the backs of them. Let it dry. Come back, spray them again if you want it, to be a little bit darker.
Yeah. I made a template and now I am making my marks. I've got all my pages clipped together.
What Cheryl said, I completely agree with that. If you cut this white border off and then you adhere this to a music page or to a coffee dyed page or tea stain or a book page, I love that.
That's what I've done.
Good night, Gigi. Go
Good
get
night,
some
Gigi.
rest. I will talk with you soon for sure. You got all the stuff. We'll be working on this all through the month of April when we all get our acts together. So don't worry
Probably further April,
about
I would think. There's so much that we can do with it. So I'm probably going to take longer than April.
Oh, yeah. As I said, at least through April.
Yeah.
At least, all right. So if I use this as my center, and then I just need to decide, am I going to leave it like that or am I going to cut it off? I might cut half of this off and then use half of it to grunge because that's the center. All right. So I'm just going to try a few things. What the heck?
Why not?
Put your own.
Oh, no, I don't trust me.
So I just made a template.
Because you're not trying to.
This is a cereal box. It's fine.
Half of it. Always watch your fingers because I take the guards.
Margie said it would take her about 5 years. It'll probably take me a while to do this. There's just so many ideas.
There are a lot of ideas, honestly.
Heather, little bug.
Do you guys remember when we used to make straw hats, or our moms did? What's that?
I said good night, Doodlebug.
Oh, good night, Heather. I'm thinking like I might have some of those little teeny tiny straw hats in like a craft box downstairs. And wouldn't they be cute little clips? Because they wore, they called them boat hats, and they wore teeny tiny ones on top of their big hair. And it would be adorable.
Julie, I love the idea of an avocado dyed paper in each of your signatures. I love that. This is the wrong brush to be using for this, but where did I put my other brushes? My sponges, actually it'll work because of
This is it.
I gotta get mine.
You have to go like this, so you have a finger on the top and a finger on the bottom. Like spread your hand like this.
No, but I've already cut the bottom because they cut it.
Oh. And the slower you go, the worse it's going to be. Sorry.
Lovely. It's not straight.
Okay, so just put it like in about half. Yeah, put a finger here, thumb there. So you're pulling it tight. Hold it down tight. If you hold the top and the bottom, the center can't go up, which is why I do that. Make sure that finger is not underneath the cutter. And then slice.
Just getting scared.
I know. But I can't function with those little guards on.
That's not chubby.
And it's fine because you're going to grunge it up anyway, and they would never have been straight. Mine aren't either.
You do this
Good night, Bernice.
Good night, Bernice.
Let me go out and try to find. It's probably sitting right in front of us.
So I'm about to sew this signature. Do you want me to explain what I'm doing, or should we wait?
The pamphlet stitch? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
ahead.
yes. I'm
Let
going
me-
to show you how
let me
I
make
do it.
Let me make you big screen. Here you go.
Okay. So first of all, I made a template. So this is a cereal box. I was saying it's the spine. I made sure it was nice and even. I lined all my pages up the way I wanted them, but I do know that I'm going to be doing a little trimming on some of the edges after I get it put together. And then I wrote bottom on one end, top on the other. So I know that all of these are going to be the same. Wherever I put it, I know where the top and bottom is. I measured the middle. You don't have to do it that way. You can make your 3 marks anywhere. It doesn't matter as long as you have the top and the bottom lined up. And then you'll have the same stitches for each signature. And I'm going to be tucking mine into a band and then gathering what I tuck them into on the outside of the spine to do some spine jewelry. That's my plan. So I'm going to go ahead and sew mine. You don't have to sew yours tonight. I've got my thread. I got a tail right here, like a shorter tail.
How long of a piece of thread are you using?
So I used about 3 times the length of my, just to be on the safe side, and because I like to leave some dangles. So wherever you go in at is where your tie is going to be. And I said I like to use a piece of vellum on the inside sometimes because it helps to secure this. So it's kind of doesn't tear the paper, but I'm not going to this time because I feel like it just covers way too much of that up, and I like the way this looks. I did run some of the photo, or you could tack it over and over to get that on the center the way I wanted it, so it doesn't slip around, because obviously my clips aren't big enough to reach that. Okay, so I've got it all clipped together. It's all flat. Got my little dots on here. And then I took my awl and poked holes through all of those little dots, making sure I came up the center of the spine in the back. Okay, so I'm going to go in through the center right here. So I'm going to want it to tie on the inside. That way I have the option to hang a dangle or something off of it. And this is just a nylon. It's a really thick nylon thread. I'm going to go in right here. Probably using the wrong needle. This one's pretty fat. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you're good. That's really good.
This is an upholstery needle. Okay, so you're going to leave a tail on the, I've got a tail about, I don't know, like 6 or 7 inches here, right here in the center. I'm going to go all the way up to the top. Let me see if I can find it here. Come back through. Found the hole that I made. Just like that. Pulling my tail, making sure it's tight. Got my little tail on the inside here. Gonna go all the way down to the bottom. So I'm skipping that center hole. Try not to get caught up on my clips here. Keeping a hold of that tail in the middle and pulling it tight. Now I'm going to come up. Let me check the back here. Make sure it's good. I'm going to come up through the center where I went in at, but I'm going to come over on the other side of where I have this tail. So there'll be a tail on each side when I'm done. That makes sense? So I'm going to pull that nice and tight. Make sure it's tight on the other side. Nice and tight. And then I'm going to take that piece. I can hear you whispering. And tie a knot. It's okay. Now, I can also put like circle protectors here if I want to, or I'm probably just going to adhere this down and make sure that it's I've got a little glue in those holes because it just helps. Because, you know, it's paper after all. So I tied that on each side, and that center thread is running through. Is that how you do yours, Marianne?
Oh, forgive me. I was showing Donna an inking technique because it was her first time. So did you go down? You'd go down the center?
Yep. I started in the center.
Went down the center and then up where?
I went up to the top.
Okay.
I went back all the way down to the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Skipping the center hole.
Right.
And I came up through the back, but I made sure that I had a tail on each side of the thread that was sewn over, so that it makes it easy to tie in a knot. You don't need like an extra finger to hold it or whatever.
A super really easy pamphlet stitch. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I do know a couple of other ways to do it that some people have done it, and it doesn't matter. They all work. Work, but yeah. Okay, so I took this page from the kit and decided that that was going to be my center of my journal. And so it had the big white border. I cut only half of the border off, and then I inked it up. So it's no longer white. It looks the same color as the paper, the print. And I did down the center too, because that little strip right there was white. And then that's going to be my center. And then I'm going to get my pages together. I do have this page of vellum in here, which I really want to use. But I know that I'm gonna ink it up. I'm gonna do some things to it, and I'm just wondering if I want to do things before I actually sew it. You know what I mean? Because it's much harder to do it once it's together. So what I'm thinking is that I might clip this signature together. And at least until I know what I'm doing on the vellum. And let me grab a clip. Some sort, somewhere, somehow. I don't even have the drawers in my desk. I've got the desk here, but I don't even have the drawers in the desk.
Yeah, we're both in the middle of discombobulation in the art room, aren't we?
Good night, Cheryl. Cheryl, are you leaving? It is 3 a.m, and we totally understand.
Yeah, I love what you've both done with this, with the pages. It really looks great.
Oh, thank you. Well, I would hope that we end up with something very different, like everybody does, and different ways to use a digital kit.
I think we're going to end up with a lot of, and I didn't want to use a lot of digital pages because I have plans for all the images using them on these pages. But I really like this one as the center, and I really like these as the cover to my signature. I want each signature within the book to have its own cover. So I like that, but I want to look at these and see if there's one of these that might be representative of what each signature is. Does that make sense? But let's see. I don't know that it will matter because they all kind of have all of it on there. So, okay. So I think I'll pin this one together, but then maybe I'll put another one together just so I can do pamphlet stitch to show. I need to go grab a pin since my drawers aren't even in this desk. I'll just grab a big clip or something. Big clip.
That's probably where that's going to go. I'll find a coordinating page to go with that dress and with that tag that I made up. If my Nuvo mousse is dry enough.
Together with is that great big giant paper clip that's always sitting on my desk. It's about 6 inches. That's what I was going to put that together with.
Have you lost a 6-inch paper clip?
No, it's just all packed together with the stuff from my desk.
Oh, yeah.
I'm, recombobulating everything in here.
Yeah, me too. It's my sewing side, and then I realized I can't even finish my desk because I have a different desk coming in on the back side of mine as my sewing table. It's like L-shaped. Yeah.
All right. So here's a 4-inch paper clip. I also have a couple of great big binder clips and a whatever kind of clip that is. Something for paper for sure. But since I'm not going to sew this one yet, I just want to make sure that they stay together and so I can work on them. So maybe I just do
Let
that.
me answer a question real quick. Hey, Lucy, I just have an HP printer. I don't think it's inkjet. It was given to me. I think I have a new one in a box still downstairs that I bought years ago, and then my computer broke, and I don't think I ever took it out of the box, and I think it's in the garage. But this one was given to me, and it's got like the scanner and everything, and they weren't using it. But it's just an HP printer.
Mine's just an HP Photo 7865, HP Envy 7855. Cheap.
Go look at mine. I'm going to go look at mine. I think my images come out okay. Sometimes I'm a little disappointed in them. Depends on how clear the image is, honestly. But I think I just printed these on cardstock, and I just really like the way they came out. And some of it I use textured cardstock. I'll be right back. I'm going to go look.
What they do with this stack of coffee dyed paper, and is that it? Is that your signature? That's your signature. So I don't think it's here. I must have moved it out of the way, and no.
It's an HP OfficeJet 4650. Is that what you said yours was?
Mine's an HP Envy 7855.
Oh, okay. Yeah, mine's an inkjet 4650.
Okay, so I am going to throw together another signature here, and so I can bind it.
Oh, good to know, Kendall. She said it has a lot to do with the paper to get good images. So she uses a hammer mill 35-pound weight.
Yep.
Oh,
quality paper is going to be a much better image.
Yeah, I just use some cheapo printer paper for most of it. But I do try to print on weird things too. I thought how fun it would be to print on some book pages.
I love doing that.
Yeah. I haven't tried it yet, but I mean, I do use vellum, or I cut down 12 by 12 cardstock. That's like watercolor. Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna let you do that, and I'm gonna start on a different kind of swatch card, I guess. Or
okay. I'm gonna quick bind this, and then I'd really like to get into a swatch card.
yeah. And I'm gonna keep a hold of my my template because I want to use that over and over. I might end up with more than 3 signatures for this journal. I'm not sure. It depends because we have so many elements to put in it, and there's so many fun things to use. I'm excited. Pretty excited. I'm going to gather.
Let's see. Do you need to run ink over it? Should I just smooth it out? Ink over it, just talk to it.
I think I want to use this lady next.
Smooth because it wouldn't have been back then. The printing process. Let's see. Oh, this is pretty. This one.
I got to run to my cutter. I'm going to get my cutter in my room after I get the bed out of here this weekend.
Nice.
My big
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. That one. 7. What do I want to use? How about some of these? 7, 8. I need to cut this down. I should have grabbed the big printer. I'm just trying to throw together a quick signature so I can show them how to bind it. This is one I don't want to bind it yet. All right, so it has to be 20. So 11. So I needed 8.5 this direction. Okay, so 8.5. Where did that pencil go? I had here. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to cut this down. Where did I just mark? Where did I just mark? There, I just marked. All right, let me cut this off. It'll be a whole lot easier.
So I'm adding elements to each dress. Like I did, the last one didn't have lace. This one I'm deciding, oh, I can't see the lace, but I know there's some lace there, you know, because we can't see the little details on it. So I know there's a ruffly lace.
Had to have some lace.
Yeah, or maybe it's something that's in her hairpiece. Let's see here. So one of these, probably. This one. Green is out.
About one of those. One. Okay, there's some. You want a cardstock one or yeah. Yeah, just go through and pick whichever one. That's fine. These are all good paper. I don't think we have any more cardstock. Let's see.
Now I need to. I rarely use my ruffle edges, but it's clear that she has some ruffles here, so I get to use those, I guess. And then maybe whatever her gloves are made out of too, or her fan.
It's down side to side.
So I'm breaking down the elements in her dress. I've got a blue that matches almost perfectly. I've got the ruffles. I'll probably pull out some buttons for this one. I might make a little fan since she's holding one. And the white from her gloves. Gotta find that. I've just got a bin of scrap fabric next to me. Don't have any white. I gotta find some white.
So
this is a great time to use like your hankies or your tool, or even doilies. We can use the teeny tiniest little bits of scrap.
7,
Teeny tiny.
8, 9, 10.
Oh, maybe this.
2. Well, I'll use 2 of those printouts.
So do y'all have a bit bucket yet?
I do.
Everybody, anybody that's from the original founding members knows what a bit bucket is, but anybody new might not. Our bit bucket is a what?
At Sharon's desk, it's a bit bucket. At Marianne's desk, it's a scrap bin.
Yeah. Well, my scrap bin is paper, and my bit bucket is fiber and lace, and I've got a couple of them actually now.
Right.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, there we go. So I'm representing here her gloves. It's not really, but it's like a tulle ribbon. I'll take the wire out of the edges. I've got some ruffly lace. I've got some pearly stuff that might be in her hair or around her neck. We'll see. And I've got this applique piece here because you never know. Can't see all the detail there, right? And then I've got her dress.
Anything that's not right later, you just cover it. I folded this separately because it's small and I needed to make sure it was folded. And I didn't keep this one because it's already folded. I just need to put it back where it was. I'll deal with it being too long on the sides later. I just want to make sure that the center's with the center. Okay. I'm putting those little ones in it, but I did, yeah. So now I'm putting together another signature that I'm going to bind. And just to demonstrate how to bind. So this centerpiece page here is smaller than the others. And so I just want to make that centered. Then I have a piece of coffee dyed paper. Then I have a piece of, from the kit. And I'm looking at that thinking that would be easier, depending how high I go. That would be easier to ink before I bind it, because then it's harder to get in to the center there. And some coffee dyed paper and a piece of just, ledger record bookkeeper paper and coffee dyed paper. There's a page from a ledger, some more coffee dyed paper. There's another page from her kit. And again, that would be easier to ink before I.
Good night, Yolanda.
So I always look at it like this. Good night, Yolanda. Thanks for being here. I always look at it like this and say, is there anything that I feel like I need to do before I bind it? Well, yeah, once you bind it, it's much more difficult to get in under here on the top and the bottom if I want to ink up this white part. And I don't want to ink it all the way around, have it all nice and dark, and then white right at the binding because I couldn't get in there. Okay, and then I've got a piece of scrapbook paper here. I feel like I might want to put that in the middle because I'm going to use a cardstock as the cover. And I feel like I want to ink the edges of these two before I bind it. I might even trim them down a little bit and ink them before I bind it. So I'm going to, let's see, working from the back here, I'm going to clip these together just so I remember what I've got where and set them like that and take this piece out that I need to cut down. And these are not measure-y cut downs. These are just get half the white off. I can ink up the other half of the white, and it doesn't even matter if all sides are the same or if even one side is straight, because when you ink it up, it all kind of becomes the same color. And besides, back in that day, do you think they had perfect cutters? They probably used.
They didn't. They had a lot of rough edges.
Yep, tearing is awesome. They probably had to use scissors to do something like that, and would not be perfectly straight because, human error. So now I'll just take some ink. I think I will put this underneath it to pick up some of the extra ink.
I think I need a piece of paper to go behind her still.
Yeah. This is, I don't like using these brushes for this. I like using these brushes with stencils. They work really well. Really the little sponge daubers that are over there somewhere are best for this. Where would I look?
I also have an embroidery book that I thought would be fun to pull from. It's like an old one.
Oh, yeah. Sharon, look, we lost your video.
Uh-oh.
Just
I
hold
don't
on.
know why.
Are you plugged in?
Yeah.
Are you running out of battery?
Nope, I'm plugged in.
Interesting.
Let me pull out here and come back.
Yeah, come back.
Your browser has lost connection to your camera. Make sure that you are using a camera and mic. What?
Just go out of StreamYard and come back in. You might have.
There we go.
Yeah, there might have been a quick brown out in the area, and then your internet connection.
I should be back.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
You are.
Right up my nose.
Yep. And a pretty nose it is.
I cut my bangs yesterday,
Nice.
but not my nose hair.
Well, lucky us. I would just have to think about it and know where I put them, because I know I put them because I was going to need them. In fact, I thought probably with the ink. No. Ink's right here.
Kind of want to add some yellow in here.
Underneath that, in the brown thing, even underneath that, I might have stuck them in. Might have stuck them in there. All right. Okay, so I think that page is good, and that was right there with that one. But I think I'd like to move this. No, it looks kind of like that, but it's much smaller. Okay. Well, I set it somewhere so it wouldn't. Wait. Lift that up high. Okay. See that square one? It's like that one, handle like that, but it's round. Yeah. Okay, so I think I want to use this piece of cardstock in the center, not have it be right out there. I'll do it right here by this ledger page, and then it can kind of help protect that. Okay.
Pulling from the little tub of stuff made.
And I had another right here. Okay, so I'm going to turn these two over. I'm going to take this one out, and I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I remember picking them up, knowing that I was going to need them. Let me just think.
Too much.
Did I, Donna, can I stick them in one of those things? The smaller brushes, this type, but the smaller ones right there. But did I put those little sponge bubble ones in there? Probably not. You'd probably see them pretty easily.
I don't think so.
Okay, so now this one's cut down to size. Oh, goodness. Julie's ended up with 4 signatures. Awesome, Julie.
That's good.
One of them will be made into the mini size. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, useless. Okay, so
And I'm just adding some paper behind her.
As soon as I do the edge of this one, then I'm going to go ahead and bind this signature. Do it at the same time. Or you could start putting together some just like coffee dyed paper, or maybe 2 of these that are not cardstock. Maybe pick a.
So Donna, you're gonna do the whole book with us?
She
Is that your plan? That is so fun.
I thought this would be I thought this would be a good one for her to dive into feet first to learn, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know any of that.
All right.
We'll get this one side, right?
I can. That's my signature that I'm doing right now.
There's not a pile anywhere else.
This.
This one? Okay.
Ah! Oh no, I'm out.
Uh-oh. Out of what?
My favorite glue stick.
Oh. Oh.
It's okay. I have others. It's just that's my favorite.
What brand is it?
What's your
Kind of
favorite?
messy now. The Scotch, the one that comes out purple and you can see where it is,
Those
you know, it gets
goes
clear. Yeah.
Yep.
They do have the Oohoo glue sticks, the little ones on Amazon, unless they've changed something,
Mm-hmm.
which they seem to do often, but I don't know.
That's true. They do. Okay. So let's go back and take a look at this signature now. and
Okay.
see if we can
Take a
bind
full
it.
screen.
All right. All right. So I've got this small one in the center, then a coffee dyed. I would like this one kind of centered. And then this one, would like that one kind of centered. I didn't go down the center, but I'm not going to worry about that because it's going to be in the binding. So, and then coffee dyed, and that page, and then coffee dyed, and then the ledger page. Need that one to be up a little higher.
My desk is too messy for me. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to work on a super messy desk.
Yes.
And
I
not
got
all the
too
same
many things
size,
out.
and sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge to keep them all together. Okay, then here's the piece of cardstock that I liked. I'm going to press these down a little bit as I go. And then coffee dyed paper. And then another piece from the kit. All right, and then I need what I would use as the journal cover. And so that will be a cardstock. Let's see. This is the first one. I'm using this one, so I need a cardstock that's different than this one.
Oh wait, you're
Where-
asking me for cardstock.
Where
these
where are
kinds?
any of those? Yeah,
These are
those are all cardstock.
there's 3 of them.
All right, I like this one. Okay, I like this one to be. So I'm going to clip this together just for a minute to kind of hold them there, get used to being together. And this is going to be my cover. But again, it's got this completely white border. Now I might add some lace and things on it, but I don't want to start out with it solid white. I do need to leave it 8.5 by 11 because it's acting as a cover for that signature. So ideally, I think looking at it now, I would probably print it on coffee dyed cardstock because then I wouldn't need to do this or as much of this around the edges if the cardstock was already coffee dyed.
So should I find a flower one to put in the middle?
So, yep. Yeah, choose anyone, here's some right here to several of them. Anyone that you like to go in the center and just pull together 10 pieces. I used 2 of hers on paper and 1 of these flower cardstocks and then just filled in with the others. All right.
Kendall, I use a paintbrush on mine too. For my coffee dyeing sometimes. I
Yeah?
actually have some that I mixed with glue with a liquid white glue that I keep in a little container on my desk for things that I really, really want to give a tint to. It's right here.
Okay.
And I did this to one of the pages from the Digi kit before I cut them out.
Okay. So Kendall,
I chose the same one. Did you have it as a cover?
no, I have it as the inside. You could make it as the cover. This.
These ones I brushed over with that glue.
Kendall just took the a paper and brushed it with coffee and dyed it in the electric oven. And she said it did not run, but she said, what'd you say, Kendall? You brushed it lightly with dark coffee. So when it was done, do you have a very good grunge, or do you feel like you need to do it again? And you're probably going lightly because you didn't know what it would do to the ink. So do you feel like you should have put more? Is it enough? You know, is that enough to give it a grunge, or what's your feeling about it? Okay, so this one I'm going to fold in half because the point of this half is going to tell me where I'm going to bind. So I do want this one to be even. Okay, even on the paper is not even with the photo, the picture.
I'm gonna
The image.
print out the same ones.
Okay.
They're my two favorite.
Okay, that's all
It's
right.
fine.
That's all right.
I was trying to decide if I put that on the outside then I want.
Which one? Cardstock with the
So
foot
this
with the
one,
shoe?
the shoe and the
Okay,
and the
I think
one you're doing right now.
okay, here's the shoe. I think they already have cardstock in there.
Okay.
So there's the shoe.
Shoe and the sword.
I'm wondering.
I love crunchy paper.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna try something.
Also good.
I printed out two. When they're done, would you grab them and let's compare the two? Okay. So this is going to be my cover for this signature that I am now going to bind. No, some of them. Like I folded the center one because it's small. You can fold them separately and put them together. You can fold them together. It doesn't. It's whatever you feel comfortable doing. Okay, so here's the signature, and I want to bind it down the middle. So I need to open it in the middle, but I've got papers that are not all the same size throughout it, and I don't want things to slide around. So I'm going to take one of these binder clips. And nope, I found the same thing, but it doesn't really matter because it's going to be in the binding and there's going to be stuff on it. And you can go ahead and ink it up and it'll take up any of the white anyway. Okay, so I'm going to put that one there, but I'm also going to come down here and put a binder clip on this end because I have found that even though they're clipped on one end, it's super easy for the papers to pull back and forth from the other end. And I'd really like for them to stay in place. Ooh, that's tight. That's a hard one to. Okay, there we go. All right, so now I need an awl. Here is an awl. You don't have to have anything special to do a quick pamphlet binding. You can use dental floss. You can use embroidery floss. You can use all kinds of stuff. Donna, could you hand me that book behind you, the one with no cover? Nope, not the old one. No. Yeah. Everyone around it but that one. Okay, this is just a book that I tear pages off of and use, and have used the cover. You can see holes in here because I will put that underneath. When I'm stabbing a hole, instead of stabbing it into my good supplies, I'll just stab it into this book. And you can make a template, probably a good idea, like Sharon did, and do it that way, or you can just wing it and make holes. So I'm going to just wing it and make holes. So I know that I want one in the center, and then I'm going to do one above and one below, because it's going to be a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. So here's about center. I need this one. And if they printed the same, didn't they? Okay. And I'm going right in the center of that fold. I don't want a giant hole, but I need to make sure that I go all the way through. So I'm all the way through. I can feel it with my finger, but just barely. So I'm going to go just a hair more, just to make sure. But that's enough for a needle to go through, for sure. Okay. Now, which is top and which is bottom? That's the top up there. All right. So I'm going to go up here to the top. And I don't know. I don't typically really go exactly halfway from top to bottom. It might be. It might be. If anything, it's a little closer to the top than halfway. It's kind of what I think. A little bit closer to the top, a little bit more space between the center one and the top. And then I'll put my finger down here just to feel it. I can feel it. It's all the way through. And then I'll come down to the bottom and, figure out about halfway. And then I'll go just a little below halfway. Now, if you wanted to, you could actually measure this from here to here and make sure that it's the same as from here to here. Okay, I'm within a 1/16 of an inch. So if I wanted them to be exact, my rough measurement here. Okay, make sure that I'm on the fold for sure. Okay, on the fold, making my 3rd hole. I can feel it going into the book, so I'm going to pick it up. I can feel the point with my finger on the back, so I know I'm all the way through. And that's all you need to do to make your holes. Okay, so all was good. all was good.
Honey.
Okay, now I'm going to take a needle. Let's get my strawberry over here. And you want a fairly big needle. I mean, it's a decent size hole, but you want a fairly big needle. I mean, ideally a bookbinding needle. My bookbinding needles are not in this particular strawberry, and I don't happen to have access to them at the moment. So one of these will do. Donna, where's that thread we got out to bind with? I'm just going to use this tonight. This is, what is this? This is a rayon crochet thread by Lily. And if you look at it, it looks a lot like rope. It looks like a teeny tiny version of rope. And if you feel it, like I grab it and do this, it's really strong. It's really strong. It's not going anywhere. So that will work quite well. Now let me find the end to figure out how much string I need. This you need to know. Figure out how much string I need to bind it with. I get hold of the string, and I'm going to go approximately 1, 2. See, I'm being generous on it. I'm not being exact. 3, and then give it a little bit more. About 3 lengths of the journal or the book, and that way you don't ever have to have a number because your books might be different sizes. About 3 lengths of the book plus a little bit to work with. Basically repeating what Sharon did, but most of us had to see it and hear it more than once in order to get it. So let me see which needle. This is a big one, but it's the smaller of the big ones. So let's see if it will go through there. Pretty sure it will. Oh, this one's got all kinds of mediums on it because I stick it into things. So I'm not going to use that one. I use that one a lot to grab hold of. Let's try this one. What I'm going to do is take these sharp little scissors and I'm going to cut the end at an angle. Sometimes that gives you a little bit of help with threading. You don't have a blood cut on the end, but you have an angle cut on the end. And it's a very small eye for this kind of thing. It's starting to unravel. Oops, I missed a piece. There's 3 pieces twisted together. I got 2 of them through. So that's a good thing I have some extra. Stick it in your mouth. Make it all come together. I can't see with my glasses on.
Like me with my glue.
Can't see close up with my glasses on. Need to take them off so I can see. Okay, there it's through. All right. So not going to put any knots in it. Okay, I just got it, put it through and pull it through enough that it's not in any danger of coming out of the eye of my needle. But it doesn't really matter exactly where it is. All right. So.
Sorry, tin sound. Look through my handmade flowers to see if there was one I wanted to add here.
I didn't, because I can ink that later if I want to, or I'm not going to cover it, or who knows. All right, so I'm going to go down the center. This is the easiest way to do it, and the easiest way to remember it, I think, is just down the center. And then it doesn't matter whether you go up the bottom or up the top. I noticed that Sharon went up the top, which is perfectly fine. It's just the exact opposite of what I do. And it's only because when I first learned it, I told myself in my brain over and over and over again, down the center, up the bottom, down the top, up the center. That way I wouldn't forget. So I just went down the center and notice that I'm going to pull both threads through. The short one's going all the way through. And as I'm pulling, I'm going to make sure to leave a long tail up here. I don't want any chance of it pulling through. So leave a good long tail. Okay, it can be pretty long, so if I need to take some of it later, I can, but then I'll be able to have hold of both ends. So I went down the center. Now if I turn it over, I'm just going to go in the bottom, which brings me right back here. I'm going to wait for YouTube to catch up. So I go in the bottom, which when flipped over is coming up the bottom. So down the center, up the bottom. And now I'm going to pull that one through until I feel it catch. My hand's in it. Whoops, I almost pulled that through. It got caught on my ring. Okay. I'm going to pull that through until I feel it catch. It just started to pull through, so I will stop. Okay. So down the center, up the bottom. And now I'm going to go all the way up to the top, down the top. And I'm going to pull that through, and I can see where when it gets pulled through. So it doesn't have to be taut yet. It will be when we're done, but it's just pulled through all the way. And now I'm going to turn it over because I want to come back up the center. The last thing I want to do is up the center so I end where I started. But the important thing when you come up the center is not to come up to the middle of the thread that's already there. Come up next to it. Don't split the thread. Okay, and that hole with the awl is plenty big. So there, come up right next to it. Oops, look, I split it. I split the thread. Ah, did I? I thought I did. Maybe it was just a piece of fuzz. Let me show you what not to do. This is how you do what not to do. I did split it. Okay, so I just want to get out of that. Let's see, where is it? If I have to, I'll just pull it right back through. But if I can sew right back through that and take it out, I will. But half the time, all that does is wrap it up again. Oh no, that's a little tiny. All right, so I'm going to pull the thread right out of my needle, so I can go right here. It came through the hole already, so that's fine. But I want to pull out of the other thread. Look, and you can see where I split it right there. So that's a perfect example. When you come up, make sure that you're not splitting the thread that's already there. Come up next to it. So I just pulled it out of my needle so then I could pull this thread and get it out of that one because I do not want them tangled up. Okay. So now Waiting for YouTube to catch up. I will pull it taut in a moment, but right now I want to take the two tails and I want to put a tail on one on either side of this. I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to move this so that you can see. This is the one that goes right down the middle. Coming up, here we go. Okay, so the two tails, one that started and ended here, I want one tail on each side of that thread that goes right up the top. Okay, and then this is where I'm going to pull it taut. Now you want to be careful not to pull it tight and rip your paper, but you do want to pull it taut. And then I'm going to just tie these with a square knot. That's just a left over right, right over left, or right over left, left over right, however you choose to remember that. So what I did was just tie a knot around that pamphlet stitch thread that went up there. So it's now attached at the top, at the bottom, and in the middle, because even though it wasn't attached in the middle, I just attached it by tying these two around it. Does that make perfect sense?
So much fun.
Yeah. Now, I've got two really long tails. They don't need to be that long. There's a couple of other ways to do pamphlet stitch that might use just a little more thread. I also like to leave these long. Doesn't need to be this long. I do like to put dangles and things on the center of this, and you want to have room to be able to tie them on. So I will pull this. Let's see, they are way longer than it. I'm going to cut them off both about the same. In the end, I don't want them to be the same length, but for right now, they can, and that's way more than I will need on either of them. So I've got this much excess thread, about 12 inches. Not a big deal. If I had used one of the other types of pamphlet stitches, it probably would have used another 6 or 8 inches and have been just right. So it's okay. All right. So now if I remove my clips and fold my signature in half, it is now bound. There's my signature cover.
I'm still here, Laura. Just let Marianne have her turn.
Yeah,
she asked if I left.
Just like, oh, look at that. I did not get that one centered. This is the ledger page. I thought I had it centered. It must have slipped because it's so big. That's okay. That's okay, because it was too big anyway. What that does is give me extra room on one side to flip it over. See how it's tearing because it's so old, and it's I'm gonna fold that all the way in, do something with it, almost all the way in. I don't want that to tear completely up, so I'll end up doing something with that.
Two of the pictures inside.
Hmm?
Do you have two of those pictures inside or just one?
Two. There. So there's one there. Got coffee dyed paper and some record keeping paper. There's the other side of the ledger. Crooked, but you know, but that's the thing is I don't see that they would have had everything straight back then. They didn't have all nice cutting tools, and they would have been cutting it by hand, and they would have grabbed whatever they could grab. There's the second one. And there's my cover. Okay. So that is now a bound. So you can bind it so your tails end up in the center. I like to do that because then I have dangles that come out of the center. You can also bind it so the tails are in the exact same place on the outside. And the reason I didn't do that is because I'm going to end up putting this into a larger journal cover, probably a hardcover, with the other signatures, and there would be no place for any dangles back here to do anything with those with these tails that are back there, because they would get adhered or bound into the spine. Now, this, you also see how simple that is. All it is a thread in and out and in and out. So I could do this and I can work with this entire journal. I can embellish it, do everything I want to do to it. And then when I get them all done and I want to bind them into a big journal cover, I might decide that I have taken 2 or 3 journals like this that were already pre-made, and somebody wanted to purchase all of them, and they wanted them bound into one together because they were all of similar theme. And so I took them all completely done and bound them all into one large journal, hardbound journal for her. And so they were all individual signatures, and it turned out really cool. You could do a hidden signature in a hidden spine, hidden binding in the spine. If I decide that I want to do a binding where the thread goes through and I'm going to see it on the outside of the spine, then I will probably just come over here and clip this and pull this piece of thread out so I can bind it right into the spine. No big deal. All it is one little thread that's in there. I'm not going to put any dangles or tassels or anything on here now. And usually what I would do is put a charm, or sometimes I'll punch like 2 tiny little hearts, and I'll set one underneath. I'll put some glue on it and then set this on it and then put the other one on top of it. And so glue 2 hearts back to back with the thread in it. And so that hangs down at the bottom, or any other, shape that you might die cut or punch out. Yeah, pretty simple on that. So, all right, so there's a signature. And then the other one I'm not going to bind yet because why? Because I'm not sure what I want to do with the vellum specifically. And I want to make sure that I'm able to get to it to distress it, or, ink it up, or whatever I choose to do there. I'm going back here to read some comments. I'm going to bring Sharon back on here.
Are you attaching this to the back?
I am working on this card. I got a glue bottle or a lid in my mouth. And
Wondering if we want to wipe.
I will do something with it after.
so I have the elements of this card here.
I did cut them down a little.
I picked out what I thought might be on her dress. I put a little background on the card. It's just a piece of chipboard. It's probably a lasagna box with some music paper on it, because I make up these substrates ahead of time and I always have them handy. It also doesn't look like you have trash in your room when your husband walks in if you've got all your lasagna boxes and cereal boxes covered with background papers. Just saying. So I've actually used my beacon, like a Fabri-Tac, to put a ruffle on, because it appears that she has kind of a ruffle here.
Cool.
And then some other lace. She's got a shawl, she's got gloves, and a choker. But what I did was a piece of fabric that looked like it could have been from her dress.
Mm-hmm.
A piece of lace with pearls on it, and then a piece of ruffle lace. I've got a piece of washi here to add some color, and then a piece of scrapbook paper to bring in some contrast too. So I'm going to put her here. I've got a crown. Way back when, the queen might have approved this design for court, so I'm giving it a royal seal. You like it?
Yeah, I do.
I do have some buttons here that I'm going to add. I might not need all 3. I don't know. I might just do one pearl button. And then this is from the Digi kit as well. It's a little, it might be instructions, and there's some that look like they might be patterns also. But I'm gonna tuck it right here for so we know what design it is, and it's just kind of fun. Maybe I do need all 3 of those.
I'll throw in a couple comments.
Drop some work too. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm just going to read a couple comments in between your there.
Right
Kendall said that when she used the cheap 20-pound paper, that it did bleed. When she used 35-pound paper, it did the trick, and she's real happy with it. So that's something to keep in mind. Patty printed hers at 110%. So it would be bigger. Now, did that work, Patty? Because I'll tell you what I did. I printed this. Where's the last two you picked up that were both cardstock, both the same? They're probably both the shoe.
This one and
I printed this one
you might have used
just the way. And then I
I think
printed
Amy did that too.
I printed
printed
it
them big.
down, and I told it to fill the page. And they're exactly the same.
Huh.
So fill the page didn't work. So now I want to try, because if this works, that would be really awesome. If I, instead of doing that, if I go to print and I go to scale, instead of scale to fit, and it says 97%, if I do 100%, I still think, nope, 110%. That's getting closer.
I think it depends on your printer too, doesn't it?
I'm going to try 115%. Let's see what this next one. This might take care of it for you, and you won't even have to trim it up.
Oh.
The sword one.
that would be good.
Yeah. So I just printed 115%. Let's see what it does. Okay. Let me finish with, or keep going with the comments.
I did
really
ink around the edges.
That's really
What's
pretty,
that?
Sharon. That's really pretty.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, you can.
Pictures.
What's that?
I said Kendall said she'd post her pictures. I'd love to see them.
Oh, yay.
Yay, Laura. What was for dinner? Done that before. It's not always fun. Not always a walk in the park. Yeah, you mean when I came up and split the string? Yeah. I'm kind of glad it happened, because I've had people ask before, what does that mean, split the string? And, you know, you don't really want to do it on purpose, but it happened. So it was a perfect example. It's okay. I don't ever claim to be perfect at any of this.
Yeah, we're all just messing about here.
Oh, Margie.
That's
Nice.
the goal.
All right, so here's the way it prints normally. I'm going to take the screen for just a second. Here's the way it prints normally. And I put it on scale, and I did it at 115%. And look what I got.
Just a little bit of white. It's perfect.
Just enough to ink the edges. It'll come up just one second. Look at that. There it is. Just enough to ink the edges.
Yeah.
115%. So if you look at it and you go to 100% or 110%, you can see the picture. You can see how much white is there. And you can try it, go to 111, 12, 13, 15, 20, whatever, and see where the right amount is for you.
I'm not worried about how much ink you're using.
Yeah. Well, if you're on the HP plan, then we don't. So that's perfect. All right. 115%. I really like that. I wouldn't have had to cut these down. And that makes for a great cover all the way. So love that. Let's see. Patty's back. Now I've turned all the signatures to the side with a ruler and precision knife. Nice, Julie, it's almost 2 p.m. and you didn't eat lunch. What? Sunday afternoon for Julie. Go eat lunch. Whoops, it just flipped. So Patty's turned out. Patty, you did 110%, I think, on yours. 7.25. No, wait. Ribs. Nice, Laura. Oh, love ribs. Love ribs. It is better and perfect. That's where the art is. Yeah, I really do like that. At 115, though, cuts the left and right edges. On yours, it does. Okay, so this was 115 for me, and it did not cut. Oh, I see what you're saying. It cut the left and right edges of this paper look. It's no longer down there.
That's true.
But you can create that. You can create that yourself.
How?
You can use your brush and get your vintage here.
It's supposed to look like a braid.
Right. But then you can take a smaller brush. You could even take, pen and put it in a darker ink and just do a brush stroke over that if you really wanted it to look that way. But that's a signature. I'll probably end up putting lace or something over it anyway. So, it'd end up being covered anyway for me. A4 paper, and sometimes you have to change to regular when you print the digitals. Yes, that is true. But 110% might be the best size, and maybe just enough to white that you can color it up. Let me go back here. There we go. I really like that green. Oh, guys, does that kind of remind you of the Minte paper pack called Lady? That green? That's nice. Yes. There's a Minte paper pack called Lady. You would love it. It would fit with that nicely. All right.
I don't know what I got on me. I don't know where that came from. I didn't use black.
Bound so we can make it okay. I want to make a swatch card.
So she has little bits of pink in her shawl, and it could be golden threads or whatever. I've got these gel pens here. I'm just kind of touching the flowers
Maybe it's out there
on the edges. And then maybe on this flower that's behind her. Nah, maybe not. Maybe it's too much on that. Don't see any more. Maybe a little some in her crown. Maybe a little something down the center, or her hat, or whatever this is called.
Here's my pencil. Pencil. Anyone? That's all right.
And then maybe, maybe she has a golden choker on. Just gonna make it all match.
8.5.
And maybe I'll hit it with some stickles too. And her fan. I'm just kind of barely touching this with the gel pen, just to give it some sparkle.
See, she's adding gel pen to some of the dresses to sparkle them up. You can do that. Yep.
Maybe
we were just talking about
over
a little something, some of them.
Well, it's fun if you get to doodle on it, I think. Yeah. So that's always the part I enjoy with like the, let's say I take out the Stabilo. Because I could do that. I could give her a shadow.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm going to. Probably need to sharpen this.
Right.
I need to order some different colors of Stabilo.
Ink afterwards, even
a brown one.
Just because it's outside. But you're also.
Dawn wants to see my screen full so she can see.
There you go.
Oh, that's okay, Lucy. You can make it as simple or as elaborate as you want, because that's what this is about. I mean, we're doing this in our own style, and every book is going to be different, and that's the fun. I, as a like a painter and an artist, I like getting in there and doing all the little shadows and the little watercolor marks and all of the fussy little detail. That's who I am. But who you are could be have a cleaner look with a more clean lines, and everything's pretty straightforward. That's totally up to you. All of our books will be different, and that's a good thing, I think. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Is that better?
I would only change this one so these two are not the exact same size together.
Oh, thank you, Candy. And then on the back, it's just white. So far.
Good idea.
It's just like a journal card.
I like this.
Okay, you can have some screen back, Marianne.
Oh, well, I can do that. I forget. I forget that it's even that.
Yeah.
And forget that it's a.
So I'm just gonna add some shadows here. That's my plan. and beat my dogs
I would
because
go,
my dogs won't get out of my garbage. They're like, "Ooh, a paper snack." Paper.
yeah, we fold it. Well, I don't know. You could fold either way.
Eat it.
Like have this be the inside.
The other thing I thought is if it was the back
Mm-hmm.
of the skinny one.
Mm-hmm. That one. Mm-hmm.
And if I did the brown,
You want to
that
just
would be
adhere it?
nicely colored.
Oh, that would be pretty.
And then
That's good. Yes, yes. No, that's just color wise. That's pretty.
I think, is Cheryl still with us? Because I know somebody said goodbye to her earlier, but I think they were leaving.
No, she left. It was 3 a.m. and she
Okay.
did
Have to go to
I
bed.
wasn't sure.
yeah. She stayed up to craft with us, but yeah.
I
can't
know.
blame her.
We're a lot, though.
Well, we are, but at 3 a.m. and we're even more.
I'm giving her some ground to stand on here.
Cheryl or your doll? Paper doll?
My paper doll.
Everyone needs
lady.
a ground to stand on.
That's right.
That's right. I could sure use some right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, no kidding.
Y'all need to meditate for a minute.
Yeah. Yep. That's just it.
Yep.
Or silence.
It's funny. It's beating up on the washi tape.
Or silent breathing.
Huh?
I started and she said, or silent breathing. Fine.
Only a
That's
sister can
funny.
say something like that.
We usually sing, so watch out.
We have
Watch
I
out.
know, she has a beautiful
Or
voice.
we'll
we've
begin.
been pretty intense tonight.
Yeah, there's been no singing.
Yeah, we have been.
I don't feel like we've even laughed enough tonight. We've just been
We have
kind of-
not.
Stressing.
Margie.
We've been concentrating on what's happening.
Margie's owning too.
There you go.
Okay, good. Good.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
we've been
Margie.
really concentrating.
We have been totally concentrating. Okay. So there's
It's serious business getting those signatures put together because the fun part comes afterwards, right?
No, you clip them right here.
Like here.
So you clip right in the center. There you go.
I know it's center.
Well, and I just want to make it so it's not too far down, so you can make
Okay.
your hole, and then hold this one and clip that end. All right, so there you go. Yep, perfect. Okay, this is Donna's signature, and she is now going to do her first pamphlet stitch. Okay,
It
so
is
you're gonna-
official.
It is official.
But do I need a
She's got
stencil? I feel like I need a stencil.
a
Say it.
So I get
No. Okay, find the center,
it. Well, that's
rough
that's
center.
exactly the problem. I need a
Okay, Margie, it's up to you then. Marianne's not saying it.
I'm sorry. That's what I said. I typed that just as Marianne said it. That is, see, Margie's always in my brain.
what did she say?
You typed
Oh, right as you were doing
at the
it.
exact same time that I was saying it.
Okay,
Yes.
so put a
What? No
right
laughing.
in the-
Candy's back. See, Margie wasn't doing her job.
Yeah.
yet.
Right in the middle.
And twist it around, but don't make like big around like that. Just
And I just
kind of go like this.
stab it.
Yeah, you can, but make sure you're going straight down. Okay, whoa. Leave it. Oh, leave it in, and just pick it up enough to feel in the back. Make sure you can feel the point
I
through.
feel the point.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. So now take this to the top and split the difference. Where's roughly the middle of that? Roughly.
Roughly by measure. Because that.
Well, because you're going to take the middle of that, and then you're going to go a little farther up to the top.
So I don't want it.
So if
Exactly in
this
the
is
middle.
middle,
That's middle.
then go. Okay, move your finger so I can see where the center hole is. Move the paper because you're not going to need it. Okay,
Darn it.
that's good. Yep.
Oh, it's no
Right
try.
again?
It'll be fun.
Perfect.
I can
Man,
feel
she's
it.
making good holes for her first time.
Yay.
And then same thing on the bottom, split the difference in half and then go just a little farther towards the bottom. You just don't want this big section out here, you know, away from the end that flaps up. And has the opportunity to get torn and stuff.
That better dry nice.
Just pull some of these
My
together.
paper's pretty wet.
Get I'm gonna grab a couple of tags or something that we can use as tags and makes not tags, but make swatch cards.
Okay.
That's what
These
I wanna do.
well, so these are paper all over here though. These are some cardstock.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know what's in there. That hole is probably too big.
Thank you, Judy.
Yeah, and you don't want a big old giant hole, but I think that's fine. Yeah, no, you're
Oh,
okay.
it didn't get centered here. The back.
That's
I
okay.
didn't fold it
That's
in the
okay.
center, didn't I?
It's okay because that's gonna get bound into a big book. You won't see it at all.
I feel like
Not to
maybe
worry.
I didn't get it. Flipped on the street.
Not to worry.
All right, now I'm doing
Okay.
the.
All right.
Like start with a little tail and go one.
I'm going to use my
Yeah, well, just
my dryer real quick.
general.
I'll be right back
And
over
be
here.
A little more generous than,
3.
and then plus. Just a moment, I'll find my needle. I don't think I stuck it back in there. I think it's. I don't think I picked it up.
Okay.
So, oh boy. Or did I? There it is. Yay, there's the needle. I always have to have somebody watch where I put things down.
I
So they can find
want.
it. They can tell me, it's to your left, dummy. Okay. See, these would
Are they not telling you where your stuff is?
Well, too bad the needle doesn't have a voice to yell at us.
Really? Well, that's what Margie's for.
Oh, I always worry about dropping a needle. That's the biggest worry.
Oh, I knew it was on the table because I didn't pick it up, put it back in the pin cushion. This would be pretty, but I think the back is really
You know, or a baby. Dropping a needle or a baby. Both worries.
an angle. Just, it helps to. There you go. And then flip it to get it all flat. Drop a needle or a baby. Two things.
Yeah,
you
those are the things I worry about dropping.
don't-
I do not. So you think I could throw the needle? Okay.
Okay, so because I have pearls and pearl buttons, these are really old pearl buttons too. There's actually, this one's kind of got a pink tint to it in the middle, but they came from the same set. But I am going to use my stickles, which I never use.
Accidentally. Off the
Probably
bottom.
clogged.
Down through the top.
Pull the-
That's from my glue.
on the top. See, you got it. It's so easy.
Okay.
And up the center.
I'm going to do that.
Without
Give
split-
her
Yeah, that's when you want to pull that thread to the side. Make sure you don't split it.
and the next
She'll do it
thing.
perfectly the first time and not split it. So that's pretty ouch, dang needle. What was the song? What was the song? Sewing machine, girl's been friend. If I didn't have my sewing machine, I'd come to no good end.
Okay.
Candy, I happen to like our no good end. Okay, so now you want one piece of thread, one tail of thread on each side.
Got it.
Got it. Now you can get rid of your needle.
I'm just
Stick
doing
it back in
square
here.
knot.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So this is, yeah.
I have a lot of extra.
That's okay. Yeah. I would have probably, made sure they were kind of equal, but it doesn't matter as long as the shortest one is long enough.
Oh, and the crown. Huh.
And you kind of just make sure that it is taut. That's
Pearls on
not-
the crown.
I've done it and not checked the other side, and then it was hung up
And
and a
now I
whole bunch
can't
pulled
remember
through.
which side
Uh-huh.
I did overlap, but I don't know how I did it.
Okay, so just do it one more time then,
I just don't know.
which
If I
is no
have to
big
go
deal.
over or under. You know.
Either way.
I'm not sure on the hard. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I've never recycled an actual old book cover. I mean, I've used an old book,
Okay.
but I've never taken the cover off of an old book to use. And I'm gonna do
I
mine
do.
traveler's book style, so I can, because I want to do something fun to the outside of the spine with the bands that I run through my book. Does that make sense?
They're pretty even.
Look at that. Donna just sewed her first pamphlet stitch and did it perfectly. Didn't make a mistake and didn't split the thread.
I learned.
And here's her signature. She
Yay!
watched,
The best.
she watched and learned from my mistake. All right. So now we set that aside, and we're gonna make us some swatch cards. A swatch card. How about we could use this? Cut. We could cut. We could actually end up getting several out of this. Cut long one, and we could. This can be the back, and we put it on this side.
Okay, so I think I'm done.
Or we could do.
I think that's a lot.
Yeah, I think that's kind of dark on the back. We could put it on that side.
I mean,
But-
yeah.
We want it to be a light
Unless
one.
you're doing like white lace.
Okay,
Or something,
so
right?
where are the ladies? in
Ladies.
This,
Diet or Sunder?
big pictures,
You
the
want
small pictures.
cardstock or paper?
No, well, it doesn't matter.
So you should have ladies in your pocket. Or else.
Which is probably over there.
I've done an upside down sew, Candy. I totally, yeah. That's how we learned, huh? The first time. Doing it upside down. So I've got two of these here, two different styles. Same kind of thing though. This one I might fuss with some more. I don't feel like it's done. But this one's a cardboard band. It's covered on both sides, but it'll probably be glued down. And then this one, I don't know, could be a side tuck too, or just slide into a pocket. Not really sure,
Yeah, because
but completely different styles.
It depends which one we choose to use. We could use the miniature one, and it's saying this is a fairly light background. If she matches with
Okay,
this,
everything is on my desk right now. It's driving me crazy.
put her on here and cut the swatch card wherever you want, and then put all the components of the swatch card on. This one will go nicely on there too.
How do you know how big of the swatch card they need?
Way it's how big we want it to be in our journal.
Thank you, Patty Cakes. Thank you, Margie.
Very pretty, Sharon. You go, Donna. Yay, Donna. Oh, look at all look at all
That's
the,
right.
the support you're getting over there. There was once a dedicated seamstress. She sewed and sewed and she sewed, and then suddenly realized she had the wrong size, sewed down to large beer instead. And her name was Glynis.
But only on pub night.
So this is-
I'm gonna eat some chocolate covered raisins because they're quiet, but my bag is not.
Oh,
Oh
Right.
my goodness.
I was just wishing I brought my own.
Gee, me too. I don't have anything.
I absolutely hate that they're milk chocolate though. I wish they were dark.
Well, yeah, but better than nothing at all.
I thought.
Right. I do. I only tolerate milk chocolate in certain instances.
Let's make a let's make a
I don't
swatch
know.
card first. Let's not.
Do you remember the pins we did that we just threw some beads on a while back to have like handy? Those are perfect to add to these things. Like
Oh yeah.
to tuck on the lace.
Okay, so first
That's a
thing
great
we
way to add the
do is
pearls.
decide, with for whichever either one, either signature
This one needs something like that, I think.
we want to
Yeah,
use.
I think.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
this
gonna print the ladies again on cardstock. I hope there's some cardstock in there.
Candy, if I could share my chocolate covered raisins with you, I would. But they're
Sure,
almost out.
sure. But they're almost, yeah, by the time I got there, they would be gone, huh, Sharon? Because
Yeah.
I would love some. Actually, that does sound really good, doesn't it? Okay, so Georgian ladies, and Georgian ladies. There's 3. Okay, these are the ones we want. 1, 2, and 3. Hopefully there's still cardstock in there. Print. It'll be easier to fussy cut out of cardstock.
Okay, I think I want the red.
That's a
label.
great idea. Muslin pages. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Or upholstery, brocade,
Mm-hmm.
any sort of damask. Yeah.
I want red on this one. I think that's the this one because I think it matches my roses.
Oh, cool. Okay.
One of the reds. Or
So,
would you do more than one red in there?
well, you could do both of them in there, but right now you just want to do one on a swatch card because our swatch card is going to be everything for her dress. So we're going to put a swatch of fabric and a swatch of lace and a swatch of trim and a swatch of colors or something for that silly hat and a button.
So Candy wants to eat my raisins, my chocolate covered raisins, but she's going to spit the raisins out. Apparently.
Me too. I'm just
No,
gonna
no,
suck
no.
off the chocolate and spit the raisins out.
The
I'm with
raisins
Candy.
are good if they're covered in chocolate.
They're okay if they're covered in chocolate, honestly.
You guys sound like the
They're just
Peanuts.
plain
the lady.
Covered peanuts and
chocolate covered peanuts and almonds or M&Ms.
I don't like chocolate covered peanuts very much. You know the joke about the lady that keeps offering peanuts to her guest over and over and over again? And then at the end, they eat some peanuts and they're like, why are you pushing peanuts on me? And she said, oh, I can't eat the peanuts. I just like the chocolate. Sorry.
I didn't know if I printed it or not. That's why. Is it printing? Okay. No, I'm gonna print it now. I pulled it up, but I didn't know if I printed it or not. So it is right now.
Good night, Patty Cakes.
Good night, Patty. Thanks for hanging with
Have a
us.
great night.
See you all tonight and all today and all
And
tonight.
Mark,
And thank you again so much for your birthday gift. Oh man.
Birthday gift?
Yeah, Patty's birthday. And so she made a journal and then she did a drawing on her YouTube page and gave away the journal that she handmade and a second place. And then she had a surprise third gift. And she drew Candy for the second gift and me for the third gift out of a bag. And she did it on camera on her video live. So nobody can say it was rigged.
I was gonna say it's my birthday, not yours.
Yeah, really. It's Donna's birthday next week.
Oh, yeah?
There's a lot of birthdays in our group in March.
I'm the last day of March. My mother was so relieved that I wasn't an April Fool's baby that she still talks about it 54 years later.
My mom's sister was an April Fool's baby. She's no longer with us.
That's so fail. Do you blame her?
But we never forgot her birthday.
Yeah, really. Okay.
Kendall wants to know if you'll be 25.
Yes.
25 plus.
Another
She's still
30.
younger than most of us. Sharon's young too, though. So she'll be 55,
I will be 54.
right? 54?
Right? I was born in
Nope.
66.
You're
No, I'm
55.
55. Oh, no.
I have to do the math every year lately.
Oh, no.
Math's not my thing either. Okay, it still didn't print out.
You didn't?
No, I don't know what's going on.
Bill and I had a full-on argument about his age last year.
No, never mind. I
You
brought
did?
it.
Oh, you
I
did.
already brought
Okay.
it.
I was right
About your age?
about his.
Funny. Okay, I'm going to do all of them on a swatch card, and I don't know which
Oh,
signature I'm
so
going to
you
put them
don't
in,
know
so it
where.
doesn't even matter.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
Unless you want to match it to the something inside.
what I
your-
want to do,
right,
let me
like-
grab. Well,
25 squared. I go with anniversaries of my birthday.
Mm.
this is a woman who's having a hard time admitting that she's getting older. When you have to have anniversaries of your birthday.
Yeah, that was, there's nothing wrong with that.
Is it cutting scissors?
Okay.
So this year will be my 24th anniversary of my 25th birthday.
Hang on just 1 second. Let me think here. Another thing we could do is just put them on like manila folder material.
That's true. So we don't have to worry about patterns.
I mean,
Wow, I'm two young
yeah,
people's
pattern
ages
over-
added together. That just doesn't seem right.
Just to do something else.
Yes,
with, right?
other cards.
Because I kind of want to like carry it through a little.
I wonder if I have a clip or something on here. Put on here. This is a great time to add feathers and tassels and
You're
all
so
kinds of fun things. Oh, I do have this.
Well, we just barely got. I just barely got one signature done, and you're there
Well-
decorating with tassels. This is amazing.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
This is velvet embossed
That's
paper.
gorgeous.
That would be a pretty
I love it.
background.
I have some glitter embossed. I would love some velvet.
I've got several
too.
papers pulled out that I thought we might like to
So
do something with. No, not those. Okay,
Beautiful.
I do have some right
I
here.
pulled some right here that I thought
Just cute sewing.
Yeah.
There's some pretty old, beautiful
When I just went out, I've got a bunch of those.
pearl.
Another one that's velvet.
These sort of things would be amazing.
Both of those would be really pretty.
This is a piece of old jewelry right here.
What I'm
It's a
gonna
charm
do-
from a necklace.
Hold it up again.
Oh, it's really old too.
Can you hold it up to your camera?
Oh, yeah. This. And then I like these pearls would be great. They're off of old pieces of jewelry.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's pretty.
yeah.
Yeah. This is a great chance to use all those things that we don't know what to do with or that we've been holding on to for this kind of purpose and we just haven't found it yet.
With lace and trims and whatever.
These little mini tags that I made would be great for these. With a price on them because she would have prices, right?
Button thing.
That's true.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm that with this in mind.
This is what Marianne made
Last time they told us what to do.
last
Let me
time
see.
to go in this book.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty
When
good.
they told us what to do.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch on to that she was making things for our secret coming up?
She said that, and I knew that. So then, but I didn't know. What now it makes sense.
Uh-huh.
I was out gardening this afternoon, so it looks like I've been digging ditches with my hands.
I always have ink and glue all over mine. It's
Yeah.
I started
It's
out with gloves,
expensive.
but then I was trying to plant these tiny, tiny little seeds, and so I took my gloves off. And in the meantime, I cut my finger, got dirt under my nails, and broke some nails.
I've just been working in this room and my hands look like I've been out digging ditches. Look, I've got these old price tags
Mm,
from JCPenney.
well, fun.
$3.50. Would that be about the cost of a dress?
Probably.
$3.25.
Kendall and Julie, you do not have to make up your mind tonight. You absolutely do this at your pace, at the way that you want to handle it, because you know in the end it's you that's got to have a good time and be happy with it. It's not fun if you're doing it somebody else's way. It's only fun if you get to do it your way, and then we get into it and it's stress relieving and enjoyable.
You add a button, you pay a penny. Oops.
Sorry.
And Julie, just clip it together. You'll be fine.
Button jar right there. Yes. Underneath it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely not trying to take anybody out of their own comfort zone. Also, we want you to have fun and enjoy this process. We'll all make these together, but everybody's will turn out different. These pieces of jewelry will be fun. I've got a bunch of these. These are like the Queen's jewels.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it's really heavy too.
That's a lot of gold, though, don't you think?
It's just the cape. So, what do you think about this fabric for this lady's cape?
Let me see. Oh yeah.
Lady, that'd be pretty.
I used to have curtains like that.
I did
I'm
too, but they were
serious.
gold. Mine were red, and they had gold in the embroidery stuff.
Mine
What color were
too.
yours?
They were the
Yours were
opposite
red?
color. Yes, they were red with the tan.
Maybe you have
Wow.
the same one.
We have weird things like that happen all the time.
Yeah, we do. Constantly.
They're in the car driving somewhere, and she's telling Bill, it's just really weird. I'll call Marianne and say I'm doing this, and she'll say I'm doing that right now, or whatever. And while she's saying Marianne, her phone hears Marianne and dials me.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
And,
And-
yeah.
Yeah. And so she dials me and I answer. And I was just telling Doug the same thing.
Oh, that's funny.
Seriously, very strange things like that happen for us all of the time.
We're really
You know
alike in
what?
a lot of ways, and we're really complete opposite ends of the spectrum in other ways.
Yeah.
There,
Like
this-
I'm
this-
apparently a speedy crafter.
Yes. Let me go back to Bubba here. This might be her dress underneath it. Look at that.
That's true. But then
Isn't it fun? We get to pick out all these elements that could be what this fabric is or what this dress is made out of.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is the cape.
It is cosmic
Or
forces and
this
universe
is
in
the
alignment.
dress.
Yes.
Like
And
this
Yes.
one has-
That could be the cape. That could be the cape. Or one of these two. 3. One of these could be the cape. I like that one for that time.
Mhm.
And then that.
But what? So you're doing this.
So we're gonna put a swatch on there for everything. So
So like multiples of the same colors they can choose from, or you're just
No.
gonna choose.
if she
one?
says, I like this outfit, I want this outfit,
yeah,
and I pull out this swatch card, it's gonna have a sample of the fabric that is the dress, sample of
Oh.
the fabric that is the
I
cape.
was thinking they were gonna have multiple samples that she could choose. Oh, I want this one for my cape and this one for my dress.
We are. That's
We
the
were going to do some like that too.
I want this one. It's
Mm.
already designed.
Okay.
So that's already chosen. Then the other one is we have a swatch card that's all samples of fabric. And she could say,
Different
"Well, I want
fabric.
well," and so she looks through all the fabrics on the swatch cards and says, I want that one. Then she goes to the lace card and you know, so we're gonna do both. Some people don't want to design their own, they just don't say, I like that, I want that exactly like that. Yeah, so let's
Yeah,
see what
we thought it was a good way to use up our bits,
red.
Mhm.
right?
Oh, this is a good red. Good red.
My Margie gift I'm going to use currently right here.
Nice. This is a good one. That color looks like it would have been. But I wanted some,
Pumpkin.
I want some like thick kind of, you know,
Make this work.
they're not all thick fabric like that, but this is all this exact same thing in different colors.
Mhm.
I have a whole bunch more of these downstairs.
No. There we go. So I just cut holes or yeah, punched holes for that so that the tag would not, so I wouldn't poke a hole in the card.
I'll have to see.
But actually, I think I want to go the other direction.
Here's my stuff, but
Yeah,
just go
we'll
back
keep
and
working on it. Yeah, we'll keep working on it. Let's, what time is it?
It's 9:35.
Okay, do you want to do one swatch card quick?
Sure.
And we'll, okay, so let's,
I'm going to go use the restroom and I'll be right back
Okay.
and check on my husband that never came to say hello.
Which color should I just do? Any of them, or
well, I'm
should
gonna,
I do both?
we're
the
gonna-
same colors?
we're gonna end up doing all
I'll
of
be right
them.
back.
Let me just do the same.
If we do the same color, it'll be easier because we can just pick the same. So we should each have a card stock of all 3 of them. So, okay, so there's one.
I need to put up.
That's
Are we doing
paper.
the little white lady? Or the
I'm
big
gonna
lady?
do the little one because the big one's gonna have to be a big old giant, and I want it to be a card
Okay.
that can tuck in there. So is this my third one?
No, I got my 3 right here.
Okay, and that's fine.
So we're just cutting the little people off.
Yeah, right now I'm just cut them off the page so now I can deal with them. And cut the little people off. All right, Glynis, how's yours coming along? Glynis is like, I've finished one signature completely. I'm just about done with my second.
Really?
No, that's probably cosmic forces and universe in alignment. We're probably closely related in a former life. There's some cool fabric in there, huh, Julie? Okay, we're gonna save those because we're gonna use those. Yep. And maybe we just look at the fabric we have and see if there's one that we think the type of fabric would go with one of these better than the other. And that's the color we do first. Okay, those are papers, so I'm gonna set those up there out of the way. Oops. This one too. Glenn is no, having fun making it look bad. Right.
I have a feeling that's not true.
Exactly. Never. It is fun just being able to play and mess with it though, and not care what it looks like.
Scissors are great.
You like them?
I'm usually trying to use a big scissor
Yeah, no.
to cut tiny little things.
And these are even better than those.
Nice.
But if you've never used any, those are great. And I tried these. Okay. So before I cut all these guys out, I want to decide which one we're going to do, and then we can just cut out that one. So we've got this fabric here too. There isn't really a blue one. We could probably color.
I thought
We could color one in and make it more blue.
because I
Like,
love that
look at
blue
this,
color.
the blue and
but-
tan.
Yeah, oh, that's true.
We could make that one blue and tan.
That's
We
true.
could do blue right over the top of that. We could use alcohol ink.
Hmm.
I have alcohol markers. We could do a lot of things, or even gel pens probably. So let's see. Is
It's
this
like
all
men's
blue?
clothing. This looks like men's wear.
Really? I think it's probably upholstery or yeah, I think
Does it
this
look like ties and
yeah, it looks like a lot of upholstery for the den.
yeah.
That's pretty, but
Yeah.
not okay. All these there's a blue and white. That's kind of pretty, but those are not going to work. Is this whole
Maybe
thing
some of
blue?
these are floral. These are more.
There was a pretty one we just passed.
What's this? This is like a English
Mm-hmm.
scene.
We might use that somewhere in the book.
Pretty.
Not on a dress, maybe, but
Yeah. This one is a floral.
look at this.
Oh, that's pretty.
That might have been a vest or not a vest. One of a cape or one of those kinds of wraps or
parasol.
that, like that wrap or that, or yeah, kind of hanging down. Back then. Okay. Go ahead.
So
Nothing in between. Doesn't look like it.
so,
Okay, that's I don't know.
plain.
This is probably not the best one to be looking at. It was just one
No.
that happened to be right here.
I'd run downstairs and grab
I have
something else.
you could if you want. Let's look through this other one quick and see what's in that and see if there's anything
Okay, which other?
that is
This
not
one right here.
bad. Yeah. Hey, that's not bad.
For the right thing. This
Right.
blue one wouldn't.
That'd be pretty. That actually would be pretty for her
almost-
dress.
Yeah.
That would be pretty for her dress. And then a cream colored lace to go with it. Oh, look how cute. Little ducks.
And a kitty or a fox or what is that thing there?
I think it's a cat.
Barnyard animal.
Yeah, I think it's a cat. Barnyard animal. Margie, your cat's barnyard animals. Some of them are. Some of them are. Okay, what was that one we said was pretty? And would work this one. This one would work with her for her dress. Okay, so that's one option.
These also seem quite masculine.
Okay.
Here's a, that's pretty.
Oh, that is pretty. Okay, if this was her dress, that would make really pretty this stuff down here.
Yeah. Is it
And
other
across,
colors
and across the
close
top.
enough
Yeah.
to the same?
Let's see.
This one is grayer.
That's okay. You don't have to be matchy-matchy.
Let's see what else there is.
Yeah.
I went to the back.
I'm back.
Looked a little more
Okay.
flowery.
We are finding fabric. That's kind of pretty. Doesn't really
Match
match any of our
colors.
ladies. So let me
Let's
see
make
here.
one of them
On the
blue.
big. Yeah, look at her. It's like lace, but it could be a fabric that has. See, even that would be pretty. But that's a totally different color.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Okay.
I have these bows I thought would be cute on a card.
These are
Yeah.
nice.
Like one of those stomachers on one of those. It's very,
Okay.
very appropriate.
Okay.
That's probably it.
Interesting.
This is a great chance to break out all your little embroidered flowers that you might have.
This all and stuff.
Okay.
All right, how about this? Did you already look through this?
Oh no, I didn't. I covered it with
These
paper.
kind of flowers.
Or you covered it with your paper.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
So these are more
These are
neutral.
the
Where's
upholstery.
yeah,
Right.
but they did use little things like that for some of their, like her hat. Yeah, really.
Maybe I'll start another one.
That. So she's going to be clothed in upholstery. Upholstery fabric.
Or not.
We will turn you into a couch.
Isn't that what they did in The Sound of
Um,
Music? They took all the curtains down and made.
Oh
clothing.
yeah. Yep.
Maybe you should sing The Sound of Music.
I was just gonna do The hills are alive. That's pretty.
With the sound of music.
La 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 la. We're in two different keys.
We are.
Three different keys. Never mind.
Oh, this is more sheer.
Yeah, that's kinda
Glennis
cool.
said she sent some pictures.
Okay, I'll pull them up. This is pretty. Look at that.
Margie thinks we were probably related in a former life. I think we were split from the same atoms. That's what I think.
And then we caught enough DNA somewhere else to give us some polar opposite stuff.
Right. And then we had dads.
Yeah, really.
Hello, dear, a female deer.
No, a deer, a female deer. Ray
Ray.
trumpet for the sun.
Son, me.
A name I call myself.
Far
Far a long way to run. All right, let's see what Glennis is doing here.
I have another idea for these things, by the way, that I will share with you, Marianne, and then maybe we'll do for another Saturday, because I think these
Okay.
are going to be a lot of
All right, let me show you what Glennis is doing. Look how pretty.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch over there. There's one. That's really pretty, Glennis.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at that. Is that's a hanky, isn't it, Glennis? That's really pretty.
It's a great time to use these.
That's really pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job. You can see, I'll show you my whoops, just bumped my camera. Sorry about that, guys.
No, you don't want all this.
No, just the swatches. They're all the swatches are on the left.
Itching to do that one.
Yeah, we might find some
These
other-
things right here make great backgrounds for these too, obviously. Maybe that's what I'll use this time. One of these. One of these little lace samplers.
work on one of them.
Yeah, I'll do that. Figure out how to make that match.
Underneath.
I don't think it's. I think it's like ribbons.
Okay, what about towards the back? Like where you found this, but towards the back, is there another pile of these swatches?
Oh, I'm not going to last much longer. I'm yawning.
Underneath this?
So I went down to check on the husband. Guess what? He's asleep.
That's why he didn't come up. He was exhausted and went right to sleep.
Well, he hasn't had a day off in a couple weeks. So, and he's got the next two off. So, you know.
He's got Sunday, Monday off.
Yes. We're going to do some stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, you're
I
gonna get
feel so
your
bad.
credits removed.
Oh, he's got so many things to do, though. I feel so bad.
It's like Doug. He's always got a list a mile long for his day off.
Well, yeah. I just feel so bad.
Well, we do what we have to do, and so do they.
Yeah.
Okay, Donna, look at this.
I don't know how much creativity I have. I totally want to do this, but I can't. The girdle top.
More
have an
of a
idea.
one design and one
And one's solid,
more.
but
Or screen.
I want to use that.
All the colors are slightly off.
yeah, that would go. These are too blue, but I don't think it's the
want
right
like a-
fabric.
Yeah, you want more like a.
Right.
If not, I think we can go back to this one.
Get out of my trash. That is not for you.
Is there? Hey, sometimes the cat just jumps right on the camera and boom, Sharon's
Did she
gone.
do that while I was gone?
No, no, but just a second ago you just bugged out and just came back.
Yeah, I came back and the screen was gone.
Like for
See, I see that one of their dresses being made of that. I could totally see that. What's this?
Yeah, you're right. Men can sleep anytime, anywhere. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I
is
just
that a
don't.
guy thing? Doug can too.
It is. He can just nod off while we're having a conversation. I don't
Yep.
get it. Makes me crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think I can. My brain cannot do another.
Yeah.
I want it to, but it cannot. I know what I do need to do. Maybe those go on there.
I might go with
There was a
those
couple.
first ones.
So I'm pulling those.
Are we making too much noise
With this?
talking
No. Oh,
while Cheryl's talking?
Sharon.
I mean,
No, we're just.
look.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. This one or that one, because this is this, and that's that. This is a good match. I like that one. Let's set that
Either
one
one
aside.
of those.
Either one would. Yeah.
Either all three of those. You could put
Actually, yeah, all three.
you could.
All three
So
of these
fun.
would Go with it. Lay it across.
Maybe I just need to color.
Oh,
Maybe that'll make me.
This was silvery. Got some green.
Yeah.
Wait,
That
this
one.
is the black. No,
it's not.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, that would be pretty with that.
This one is a.
Hey, get out of my trash. That's not trash. That's like my
These would
paper.
go with This one too.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Stay out of my stuff.
The
Do you hear me? Stay out of my stuff.
first one we had out.
You.
This one here. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
I'll just throw it here in case we want.
That's what I'm gonna do. So I really am pleased here with this.
Cool.
See,
The one I sewed.
I am pleased.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am
I
pleased.
see this is one of the
Ooh, does this one
Into,
go with that? No. You just can't quite put that
opposite of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean up my desk.
Yeah.
We want two patterns.
Right. Well, and you might have two patterns with the solid.
Yeah. I think we're actually making real dresses.
I know. I know. This is so important. This is so important that we get the exact right fabric. Look at us going through all this stuff.
Well,
Like,
but that's the fun. It is. Isn't it, ladies?
it's like, yeah, I guess.
So I used to live in live in Latin America in a couple different countries, and when I was in I'm trying to think, I think it was in Chile. There you can go down to the fabric area and you just go through warehouses full of little shops of people selling all kinds of fabric.
Oh man.
And you'd go in and spend the
Wow.
entire day
How cool
going
is
from
that?
shop to shop trying to find just what you needed.
Let's go into
That's
it.
so cool.
Yeah.
so
How
fun.
fun.
The
Somebody was
Dominican-
posting on the page that they went someplace to a craft where craft things go to die and they charge by the pound. Oh my gosh, I
Really?
wish I had one of those. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that like Goodwill does that, but I've never seen Goodwill do that.
Well, there's a specific shops where it's just used craft supplies.
And they charge by the pound. Where do you find
Well,
those?
at the one where they posted, I don't know if it was on I don't think it was on our page. I think it was on the Paper Outpost.
I never saw one.
But it was very interesting.
Look how pretty this would be.
Yeah.
And then a cream colored lace
Mhm.
with it.
Some of these I left, like, I'll probably use her like this, like a bookmark,
Uh-huh.
or like this
Look at
one.
it with the larger ones. All right, I like that combination. I like
Like the tiny Marie Antoinette.
see there's different
So
colors.
did you guys know that this is like late Georgian where they have more of the empire waist and the skirts got smaller? That's more, it's still Georgian, but it's late Georgian, and it's like
Which
what's the Charlotte like the Bronte sisters and
I like the texture, but I like this. Looks like crinkle.
I think
those cats.
I mean, this one looks more like upholstery. So it would only
looks
be
heavier.
if
It looks
was
heavier. So this
a
looks more
trim or an
dress
umbrella
like.
or
Yeah.
a hat.
Yeah.
But I think I like those three together.
Is there a cream?
It's funny how skirts went from big giant with like cages to that empire shape. That's Victorian.
For some of those reds.
So I do.
She's so funny.
This is pretty, and it's not too heavy.
You do
It looks
have-
very shiny and satiny.
Yeah, that's more of a
This one looks like she's got like a towel on her head to me.
and
purple and red.
gold and green.
Well, it doesn't have to be the exact color of the thing, but
Yeah.
we could
trying
add
to
we could
find-
add some purple overlay
So
onto
this,
our ladies.
so we also
Because look at all this color in here. There's
Yeah.
green. There's green and gold in that one. I don't see any
Mhm.
purple, but we could add purple to her.
look.
Look at the fan and the hat.
we'll
Yeah,
open
so
that
that one too. I like
So
that
I
one
don't
too.
know. I'll just keep it with them because
Okay. Okay.
even if we just used it for something.
Yeah.
I think she's my favorite one. The red dress.
Yeah. We're just looking at that and look at maybe using this with hers.
Uh-oh, frozen.
Frozen. Uh-oh.
Oh, there
Not
we
in
go.
StreamYard. Is it frozen?
It
in
wasn't
YouTube?
me. I could see me. You froze. Yeah, Dawn, I have too many hot flashes to wear the one single layer I've got on. I can't imagine wearing all these clothes. Mayhem? No, you're gonna go out. Hold
We
on.
do have some other
Come on, I don't want to play. Come on, out.
Use
Out.
this on
Go
either
see Daddy.
side.
Go on, go see Daddy.
No, I have some. I don't know how big they are, but I have some other fabrics that are these colors.
The red and gold.
Just trying to play with the cat.
Those ones. See if you use the back of that.
Mm-hmm.
It goes.
Mm-hmm. With any of these.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just
Let me just
color
look
these
up
ladies.
that.
Mayhem, stop.
This gold.
I closed him out. He's mad at me.
All
He's very mad.
carts out there.
Mhm.
On the bottom shelf of one of the carts,
Oh, is there-
there's a whole
So
thing
cool.
of the best ones.
so here's blue and here's
The best ones.
Okay.
I think that's where I put the best ones. Okay, yeah, Lily, do you like these? We'll keep those on red, that on blue. Let's see here. Gonna have to find some pink fluffy ones. What's Persephone doing now? Persephone.
Playing underneath my cart. Her butt's hanging out. It's the only reason why I know she's down there.
Yep.
Yep. I guess I should fussy cut these ladies, huh? Because I'm probably going to fussy cut these.
Yes. I like these two.
Yes. Yes, yes.
And I even like this with it. With this. Okay, here, let's move this one out of the way. I don't know where to put it. Let's move
She's
this
so much happier now that I have that bed for her.
You know what?
Golds, and it
Yeah,
has
but if
the
we
red.
like,
Ooh, I love
if
that.
we find a red print that you really like, we can get a complimentary solid right here, and they're lighter. So there's the darker. There's the.
You can also make copies if it's not, if
that
it's one that you both want to use.
with these.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I love that you guys are crafting together and like having all these big, deep discussions about it.
this is the first time that we've ever had the opportunity to do this. I love it. It's
I wish my sister was here now.
No. I know we don't usually get to do that, and it's really awesome. Or one of these with one of those reds.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you let me join you live tonight. I have an 45-minute drive home, so I'm going to be ducking out of here shortly.
Shouldn't be any traffic. If there's
That's
no
okay. I'm gonna fall asleep shortly. I need to eat something,
traffic. That's funny.
and I can't sleep just anywhere.
Right?
Yeah, no.
Okay, here's the one you were liking back in the
Oh,
early
yeah.
days.
Yeah, I think that
It
there's
goes with
solid in
something
there
in
that would
there.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, glitter.
All right. So let's just see. If were these the good ones?
I don't
Remember
know.
how
There
we
were
sorted. If you see something you like, ooh, you like
those
that?
with your cream and brown.
Oh, that would be pretty
Ooh,
with
and this green.
cream and-
Look at this.
What about with that? The three of those.
It's
Oh, look at
not
that.
the
It's just a
same.
slightly different
It's
color.
a whiter.
It's white base instead of a cream base.
Looks like you already color
Okay.
coded these.
I probably did. This look, this is the cream base. We'll go with that one.
Mm-hmm.
You can also use ink and spray.
You
Mhm.
have a.
Oh, feel that.
That's cool, sweet.
Yeah, that would make a great
This one.
cape.
You have these. This one
Any of them would be pretty, and they'll all make great swatch cards.
and these ones. So did you have these on?
Yeah, she needs more catnip.
There's white. My teeth just suddenly got super sensitive. White, purple.
Lucy, are you in Vancouver, Washington, or BC?
Where's that one?
Who?
Lucy, you're in Canada, aren't you?
That
Yep.
one piece that we were trying to find them.
Yeah, I'm in Washington, but I'm pretty far south in Washington,
Greenish.
closer to Portland.
Where we could never find something to go exactly. No, that's people.
We've got people in bed watching us now.
No.
We always do.
Lucky you guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm.
Did you throw it on the floor? Maybe that was it. That's totally different. No, but it was a green tone.
That one?
So I'm figuring bribery will get my husband through his chore list tomorrow. If I tell him we can go for our, because we haven't been for a Monday drive in a while. So I tell him we can go for our Monday drive if we get it done. You know, he's going to want to go mountain surfing or something with his drone.
This is like
Unless he already made plans without me, with his boyfriend, his drone buddy. They go mountain surfing though, and it makes me dizzy. So wearing the goggles is just not fun for me.
Right.
Mayhem,
Well,
stop.
As long as he moves your furniture first, because
Yeah.
then you can be
Yeah,
working
no,
on your
tell
room.
him that. You know, I can go with you, or you can call your boyfriend. It's fine.
Just move the furniture and you can go, and I'll be working on my own
Put
thing
it
here.
together.
Needs to
Yeah.
be-
I'm
Yeah.
glad to. Honestly,
Yeah. Ooh,
I'm
look,
so glad you love this dressmaker theme, Kendall.
I can't wait to see
Uh,
everybody else's.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait
Lucy,
to
you're
see how
taking these
different.
so seriously. I know this is awful how serious we're getting into these. Those two are pretty together.
Yeah. There's several here that are just,
I mean,
how are we going
And-
to decide?
any of them are just fine. It's not that big of a deal.
I like the leaves.
Perfect.
Ooh,
There's no perfect. We just make another one. We don't have to only do one.
that. The flowers.
We don't
This-
even have to
this
do.
one?
Oh, that's
pretty.
That
yeah. We
Floral
have to even
print looks
do
old.
one of each color. We can do multiples.
And if we don't like it, we'll start over.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to Shipwreck Beads. They're really kind of not cheap.
Check this
I
out.
get like I get coupons, emails from them, but yeah, I've only been in there once.
Do you see that, Sharon?
What?
That monkey.
Yes,
It was a
I
monkey
love it.
playing a horn. Oh, this is pretty. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
So
really
those
pretty-
fabrics are perfect for this. actually.
I've got all these swatch books. Here's a
Glynis, mountain surfing, they wear goggles, so it's like they're on the drone, and they get pretty close to the mountain. It's kind of scary. And it makes me dizzy. They do all kinds of flips, and they, you know, it's called mountain surfing.
It's getting out of hand because we're getting way too serious about it. Just pick a couple
It's because
of
they're tired, ladies.
Yeah.
I already know.
You guys should just go home and
get
come
tired.
back another day.
Yeah, you get tired, you can't make a decision, and you just keep going.
Uh-huh. We all have that disease,
Mhm.
I think. Don't we? I mean, everybody agree, you get tired and you get less decisive. That's why I decided not to do another one, because I knew that I would do that.
Very smart thinking. We're just trying to find one to make us one.
But meanwhile,
swatch book.
we found about 6. We just keep
So many
looking at-
choices.
They're all, yeah. See, that's the problem when you have too many choices. Is
Well,
you can't,
you can print it again and make a couple, actually.
for sure.
Yeah.
That's
Or you
what I
could
said,
use
you
the
don't have to only make
minis,
one.
or yeah.
I love these two together and that one.
Mhm.
I'm going to use those.
Okay, so pause and look at the pile you have and choose from your pile.
So are we doing green or red or blue right now,
Really?
or brown?
You can't even decide on a color, huh?
We're too far gone.
Which
Really.
girl are you using?
That's
Decide that
what-
first.
Which lady are we gonna? Which lady?
Yeah,
Are we doing?
decide that part first.
I have like a whole set of green
Hmm.
going here.
Yeah.
So use the green cape lady or the green dress lady.
15. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. All right. So
Putting these ones away.
I need to get past these swatches and I want to get onto the lace and the feathers and
I think I'm going to probably bow out before you're finished
I don't.
I'm-
because I'm so tired.
know if I can do anymore.
we're gonna have to pick up with fabric another day and
Yeah.
maybe on our own time we'll just do a swatch card and then next
Show
time
it next time.
we'll decide. We can put the picture in the group and then
Mhm.
we can continue with some of our other
So, like, are you talking in 2 weeks?
So
I don't know.
Kendall, I saw your fussy cutting on the train. Marianne actually has a video about to-go bags that you can pack up for like
Travel.
sitting on the train. That would totally work.
Yep.
Or you could even take some fabric and do little fabric rolls with little, flowers and some slow stitching. That's fun too. And that's all stuff that can be added to this journal. Or crochet, or, I love all the elements that go with this. This makes me excited. Like,
I'm yawning so big that I can't even talk. This is terrible.
she can't even agree.
Yeah, because I'm just yawning.
I've had a long day.
It's had a long week.
I'm just ready to make.
Friday and
Lucy's trying to
Saturday.
all ephemera.
Friday and Saturday of the second and fourth weekend of the month, I have 2 18-hour days
Yeah,
on my feet.
That's
and
just wrong.
Sunday, I just crash. So yeah,
I-
it's been a long couple days.
I'm trying to find it.
What? No dice. What, Margie? What did I say?
What? There's some good
with the whole picking a lady and then choosing the fabric. I forgot what I was going to say.
This is a sign.
See, I'm tired. I'm telling you, we haven't giggled as much as we normally do. You're right
No,
about that.
it's a sign that we all need to go to bed, is what it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna-
Reconvene another day.
I get giggly when I'm tired, so this is a different kind of tired, apparently.
We can,
I could fussy cut at home,
yeah.
but I don't know why.
Can take everything that you need, everything that you want to take, because I can print out more.
It's funny how she's so black and white and scrawny with this bright green.
You can put it in this and then just carry it home.
She's very pale.
What are you going to use these kind of tags for? In this book?
Um,
Mayhem, get up from underneath my chair. Oh, wait, that's the cat.
About
No, Mayhem, that is not a snack.
something. Yeah, take them.
Or leaving?
Go. Go, go, go. You're not having that.
What about
Gosh.
maybe even
You take the
maybe
paper or
even
the
put some
cardstock?
things both. Maybe even put some things together to make a mini journal.
Okay. Well, I could cut
Yeah.
things and
Okay.
I'm going to use the mini journal stuff to make a little ledger, like her personal like account book.
Customer
Yeah.
ledger. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just sticking everything. I feel like I shouldn't be.
Oh, sorry.
I'm getting off the glitter though. I'm leaving the glitter at your house.
Oh, that's okay. This is the glitter room.
Yeah,
There's going to be
you're allowed
glitter.
to use glitter there.
Yep, if there's going to be glitter, it has to be in this room. All right.
I'll take
All
my
I'm gonna
two
put
things. I guess I could try to sew that at home. Or
Yeah,
we
that
could-
would be really cute
Yeah,
right
I
there.
don't want to sew it until I decide exactly on the vellum.
I might
because
take
of-
a little bit of
Because it,
string. If I
yeah.
wanna,
Oh yeah, yeah. Here,
Because I could.
where is it?
I don't know. I could do that at home.
Take
if-
like a couple yards so that you have plenty. There's a ton on.
Marianne won't notice.
Take another one. No, it's a whole roll of string. I'm not going to notice 3 or 4 yards gone.
Okay.
Just take whatever. She won't notice.
I'll just take the entire room and she won't notice.
Nope, not at all. She'll be glad for the space.
It's like being in the candy
Good night,
store
Kendall.
where every kind of candy is available.
Good night, Kendall.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
I'm not taking.
Yes, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Decisions were made.
Yeah.
So
Do
just
you
have
want to
paper.
take one of each of these? Because I have
Okay.
plenty
But
of them.
Kendall said to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Something
Go
that
on.
was Sunday to
Because yeah.
do. Let me, can I take one of these kinds?
Yes. Take one of those. You want this? It's
Sure.
cardstock.
cardstock.
And if you want one of here,
Okay,
take
one
one
of
of
those.
these.
I'm gonna take
Take one of these and take. Where's the other? Take one of these.
Oh, I gotta take my little ladies. They're under the fabric. All the
Thank you
ladies
for
are-
hanging out with us, Dawn. We appreciate it. And you have a wonderful evening.
She talk- Are you
Yes.
talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. Thanks for letting me come in.
No, I'm talking to Dawn. Sorry.
Oh, Dawn. I
Okay,
see. I'm deaf. I thought you said Donna. Good night. Good night, Dawn. Good night, Margie. Good night, Lucy. All right. Good night, Sharon.
Are you ready?
Is everybody ready to crash? I think we're ready. Good night, Candy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Julie.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Did I miss
I
anybody?
hope we weren't too confusing.
And Kendall and Judy. Good night, Judy. Oh my goodness. Everybody get a
Post
good
those
night's
pictures.
rest.
We want to see.
Yeah.
Give us all
everybody post,
inspiration.
everybody post pictures. But
Yes,
Donna,
thank you so
it's nice having
much.
you here, Julie
Oh,
said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Good
it
night,
was a joy.
Judy.
Now I gotta.
All right, guys. We'll see you in the group. Everybody get a good night's sleep and enjoy your Sunday. Love y'all. Good night.
Love you.